Hey everyone, welcome to the Prize Picks NA Revival Series number 1. I am JRT, and today I will be joined by Cole. How you doing, Cole?
I'm doing fantastic. Really looking forward to some of the action that we have here today. Excited to kick off some of this Counter Strike here in the NA Revival series, brought to you by PrizePicks, of course, and should be a really fun day of Counter Strike.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're going to start with a great one, NRG versus Boss. But before we get there, why don't we talk about the whole schedule? I'd say the whole bracket. We'll bring up that screen for you guys so we can talk about all the matches that are going to be happening today. So, of course, we just talked about Boss NRG. We're also going to have Perseverance up against Elevate happening simultaneously to this matchup. And then later tonight, we have Nouns Lag and then Party Astronauts Wildcard. Which of these matches, if any, stand out to you the most here, Cole?
I think this first one that we'll be covering here, Boss NRG battling it out, is what I'm most excited for because obviously Nitro is kind of like a blockbuster addition here for NRG. It should be very exciting in the North American scene, and the fact that I feel like this is going to be NRG's biggest test yet since adding him. That's what I'm going to be looking forward to the most.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. I think I saw both these teams play earlier in the week in Challenger League, and honestly, NRG is looking way more solid just with that addition of Nitro. So sometimes just that one player, that one change can make all the difference in the world. You're going to see him on screen here. He's amped up and ready, rubbing, maybe trying to wake up. I don't know, but either way, no, he's made a big impact already. I think in the first match he played, he was their top frag essentially. So it's good to see him performing mechanically very well, and I think that in general, his calling has looked good. I mean, probably still trying to adapt, and they're probably still defaulting a lot, I would imagine, just trying to kind of get into the rhythm and of a new calling style, moving away from Walco. But so far, so good for NRG, I would say. And yeah, Boss on the other side, I think the addition of Slight is really solid for them. He was dropped from Wildcard, who are playing here today, so that's going to be interesting to see them how they perform. But yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one here. All that being said, why don't we jump over? I mean, we want to talk about all of these teams in a little more detail, and we're going to run into the Prize Picks analyst segment here, guys, and have a look first at Perseverance and see how they're actually. I think it's Elevate that we're going to look at first, right, Cole?
Yes, I believe so. As
Oh,
right now, it appears like
we'll
it's
get there.
not
We'll get there, guys.
popping up, but um, yeah, I feel like Elevate. Obviously, I'm trying to actually find out where.
Oh, it doesn't want to show up for us.
Yeah, it was just there when I was tabbed out, but I
Let's
feel
try
like it's.
Perseverance, and if it doesn't work, we'll just jump to this match.
You can see. Yeah, maybe we could check out Perseverance. No, not quite. I mean, I guess we'll see what we can find here because that will be perfect. We can talk about Wildcard. They're showing up right now.
Sure.
So, if you want to speak on them here first, initially for me, out of the gates, I've really set the expectations high for JBA. Currently, I actually think they're operating, if I'm not mistaken, with two players still in Sweden. I know that was the case a couple days ago when I was watching them in ECL play. So for that's going to be both Fozy and Susp. They're both
That's
kind
right.
of operating in Sweden right now, so they're playing on high ping. They've still been doing incredibly well, and as hinted by the fact that they made it on through that open qualifier as one of our teams that did make it through. That's hard stuff. So I still think, despite that, I think they're going to be performing to expectations. Even despite the tough factors they've been facing.
Yeah, and I mean, it's good to see them come through from the open qualifier because there were some struggles from them even getting through open qualifiers before in past months. So, maybe those two changes have helped them find more stability. Of course, Lag, the other team that made it through the open qualifiers, it's cool to see two ECL teams kind of charging on through. Although, it's always nice when we have those advanced teams who manage to crack on through, but I think Lag and Wildcard really did deserve it. And JBA is my highlight as well. I think if you're looking at a player who's going to pop off, he is the one. Him and Lake, actually, if we want to talk, I'm going to take a step away from the teams here that we have in this tournament. But M80, I thought that they were going to target JBA and or Lake, and they ended up with Lake. I think that's still a great pickup. But if it were me, I probably would have been going all in on JBA because like this guy is just an absolute stud. Probably Wildcard had their hooks into him and said, no, we can't give him up, right?
Yeah, especially with their rebuild project. I think that's
Yeah.
key that they made sure that they kind of held on to JB. I think that was a great find from them.
Yeah.
I guess we could take a look at who they're going to be playing up against, though, in Party Astronauts. They will be coming
Yep.
up as well. Again, another group, another team that I'm super excited to kind of see continue to get to work here. Obviously, there's a lot of talent on this roster. I think the fact that they've been able to continue to build up some of this energy here. You've got players like Sixy, who's always good for a pop off performance. This guy's consistently being able to bring life into this roster. But alongside that, I think Fang has really come into form. He's been given a little bit more love in this team here as well, which for me I think is great news because at one point I think he was a player that really deserved it, and obviously as he moved up the ladder, I feel like some of his resources were taken away, and his job became a little bit more difficult. But yeah, I think on this roster he's really thriving.
No, absolutely. I think that you're 100% right. Fang, when he was on the boss roster, I think he still did well, but it felt like something was missing. It felt like he didn't really mesh with the player with that roster that was present at that time. So him jumping over to the Party Astronauts ended up being the right move for him, both as a player and for the team of the Party Astronauts. Sixy, of course, supporting. He's such a strong fragger, and he pops off in very streaky ways. That's one thing about both these players. They're very streaky fraggers. So oftentimes you'll see Sixy kind of take over the flow. I think I just watched a nuke match with them. It was Sixy on T side and Fang on CT side. They ended up winning the map just because both those players came together at the right time. So definitely two of the stronger performers. And you can't forget about Infinite either. He's also someone who can contribute a lot. So they've got a lot of individual fragging power available for them. I don't know if we can check out Boss yet, Cole, but maybe not. No, okay.
Not quite, anyways.
It's okay. We're going to switch to vetoes and we'll talk about the teams regardless. Let's check out those vetoes now and see what maps we're going to end up on for both of these teams and break that down for you guys. And we're going to get them on screen. Okay, so Inferno ban, that makes sense for Boss. A pretty standard one for them. Then NRG banning Nuke, so they won't be on there. What is the first pick for Boss? Vertigo. Interesting. What do you think about that,
Ooh.
Cole?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of this boss roster trying to test some limits here, especially. I wouldn't necessarily say that they're massive underdogs, but I definitely would say they've had tough histories versus this NRG roster. So trying to maybe lean into this map here, especially with all of the updates, it's really interesting. I think it's the second time I've actually casted it since
Oh,
this
really?
map's been since this map's been updated. I just don't see a lot of teams actually playing it right now, and I think that partially coming off the player break, it'll be more and more in the server. But yeah, I mean, I feel like Boss have in the off season probably been putting in a lot of work into this map because they need something to lean on here as one of their strengths, and maybe Vertigo can be that map.
Yeah, no, I would kind of agree there. I think Vertigo is going to be an interesting one for Boss with Slight being added. They played it the other day. I believe they lost on it, if I'm recalling correctly. So it didn't go that well in that matchup. But still, it's something that I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on for them moving forward. But NRG are also very strong on the map, 6 and 3, and all of the changes are actually really interesting. The veto's happening right now as I'm talking about all this. But
Yeah.
Mirage going to be the pick for NRG here. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is one of those maps where I feel like the introduction of Nitro is going to lean in this NRG roster into a lot more clean of a performance. Like this was already such a good map for NRG prior to this roster change, and I think now with the facility of these late round callings that Nitro can actually bring here and the consistency, if they just kind of keep up with a little bit of what Walco's playbook was, because he had a great early starts
Yeah,
to
he did.
rounds here. Mirage is going to be a map that I think Energy is going to be fierce. It's popular in the scene. The best teams are playing it like Nouns. So I think that Energy will be one of those rosters that will be able to keep up with the best here.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. And one interesting point you brought up is that Walco's playbook kind of being utilized. I think that they should. I hope they don't just throw it out the window because Walco
Yeah.
came up with some really awesome strats on all the maps, right? But Mirage in particular, he had some really good executes that were going on there. Last map we're going to have is Anubis left over. I think this one's like a 50-50 down the middle between both these teams. They both got a lot of experience playing on it recently. I would say even Boss perhaps more than NRG. But again, like NRG with this new roster, I don't want to call it a new roster. It's
Mhm.
Nitro who's
Yeah.
been added to it. But with the roster having Nitro there, I think no matter the map that they're on, there's definitely a lot more strengths going on there. And of course, they just had a win on Anubis against Mythic and another one against Limitless. I think the total round score was 26-7 overall.
Jeez.
Very dominant stuff so far on Anubis for NRG.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of been the story since they've added, Nitro off the
Yep.
back of this player break. It's been consistent success, dominance in the server so far. And as I mentioned here, this is going to be, I think, their biggest test yet. Boss is definitely the toughest roster that they've played since the player break. So that being said, I think this is a good example here of if they can show us strength in the veto. I think that will be kind of the case there that they are leaning a lot on the playbook of Walco, but still having those late round calls and a lot of Nitro influence still in the mix there as well. But
Yep.
Anubis is going to be interesting. I think again with the changes that Boss have made here in the offseason as well, the change in the calling in particular here. Micro taking up the mantle. This used to be a map that I think Cryptic was very good at finding opening success at, and I want to see if Boss can keep up the level of success that they once had on this map, if it comes into fruition. Because with that change, I think it'll be a good test for Micro as well in the calling slot.
Yeah, that's let's focus on the players, right? Because we didn't get a chance to do that in the previous segment. Definitely, like that switch up between Micro and Cryptic no longer calling, and Micro now taking care of the IGL duties. I think personally, I like Cryptic's calling. By the way, I thought it was
Yeah,
really creative. I thought there were some really awesome pistol round strats that he called. One in particular on overpass, I remember very clearly in my mind. I won't talk about it in detail, but it was just like really
yeah.
nice stuff that he was coming through with. But they decided to move away from that, and I don't mind it because Cryptic is actually a pretty solid fragger, and so far over the last month since the player break ended, he's got a 1.3 rating, and I think he's close to the top with Darty at the top of the scoreboard there. So, I mean, you've got a lot of firepower available on the boss side. And then you look over at NRG, it's kind of the same story. OC is usually the one you want to keep an eye on, but Breeze, I mean, a revelation since joining up with this NRG roster, looks like a completely different player than he did when he was on EG.
Yeah, I feel like he has a lot of X factor right now for NRG. Obviously, as you would kind of hope to see from him. I think that was maybe the question marks around partially about this NRG rebuild and bringing in a lot of the same pieces. It feels like was he going to be able to bring up some form here? And I've watched him again in some of these matchups look very comfortable and bring big moments here for NRG. So that's obviously massively exciting there. Alongside Hex, who I think is feels like he's a lot more freed up. Same with OC. I feel like all these players are playing a lot more loose, a lot more like fun Counter Strike. Again, watching OC op here, it feels like back in the days of Extra Salt where he was
Oh,
getting away
yeah.
with a lot of good stuff. So definitely, weight off their shoulders in terms of the way that they kicked off this season. Now replicating that in this event, I think is going to be key.
Agreed. And I think with all that being said, we look like we're ready to go in the server. I think we're going to jump into it in just a moment, guys. Waiting for confirmation here. And I mean, but we are going to get into Vertigo. I think in just a few seconds, guys. Once they go live. Okay, we got 2 minutes. Sorry, I jumped the gun here a little bit, guys. But yeah, no. Like I kind of I'm curious to see like going back to like the strategies and everything that Boss are going to employ here on Vertigo, because the only thing that was a little bit rough for them, I think, when they last played the map is they just got locked into, I believe it was the A site. They kept going A and they kept telegraphing exactly what they were going to do against Elevate at the time. And it was, from a caster's perspective, we're just like, why are you doing this? Not even trying to go for rotations, which Vertigo, it's a very good map on your T side to fake, rotate, even double rotate, double fake, all those types of things. And yet they kept telegraphing everything. Elevate literally were stacking 4 players on the A site and just waiting for them to come as soon as they saw the smokes come in. And 3 rounds in a row, it's exactly what they did. So I think they need to step away from that.
Yeah, and I think that's the best way to play out this map here for Elevate. That shows that their strength for sure. But like you said, this map right now, I think more and more so that A side becoming a little bit more difficult to get into as well. So maybe that does lead some more targets in towards the B side. Also switching up, who's going to be putting that more responsibility on their shoulders. If that's Darty holding down that line,
Yeah.
that's a lot of responsibility even further on a B side player's shoulders here to really lock down a bomb site. So if that's the direction that we're going to be seeing this boss roster kind of lean into here long term, those questions got to be answered instantly.
Yeah, no, and I think, like I said, I like the pickups. I like Micro being added to the roster and Slight as well. I think it boosts them a little bit. Obviously, they were forced to find a new opera because Ponalone retired, focusing on content. But Slight coming in is the perfect fit, I think, for the style of play that Boss has. And then Micro as a caller to help. I guess free up Cryptic to be more of a fragger, which
Yeah.
is going to happen in my mind. I mean, he's the top rated player over the last 6 maps, or excuse me, second rated player, number 2 at 1.30, and
Mhm.
Darty at 1.33, number 1. We'll see how it goes for them. But in general, I noticed better cohesion, and they're a team that kind of don't necessarily rely on one player in particular. Everyone needs to play their role. And that was happening last time when I was watching them.
Yeah, I mean, as you said there, I think one of my biggest like points of attention that I'm going to be looking forward to is seeing if Cryptic can unleash. I know this guy's capabilities when he's not calling. We've seen it once before where he was able to really put up some pressure on some of the better teams in North America. So if he can replicate that success, that's a big deal here. But we're ready to kick things off into Vertigo, and Cryptic might get his chance to already show his stuff here out of the gates. They've got a decoy here to toss in, but the collapse rolling through here so well. Darty and Cryptic in unison, gathering up a couple of these quick kills, and it's going to force him on in towards this B site where Slight's alone with the dual Berettas.
Slight. Oh, yeah, he has to peek around at some point. He does, and he takes a bullet right to the dome immediately from Breeze. 4v3 in favor of Boss. He's still got to get back onto the site. Micro manages to get one before falling, which is important, but 2 come right on back, and the third. Breeze is going to do it all with the dualies. He gets the 4K, 1-0 in favor of NRG.
I mean, as I said, right out of the gates here, this guy just brings so much X factor to this roster that I think NRG really love to lean on. And picking up those dual Berettas and using them against Boss is such a fantastic way to kick off the start of this best of 3 here for NRG. Things you absolutely love to see, especially considering the start, man. Boss have a lot going for them in the early stages. Quick little 5v3 action. It requires those hero moments, and Breeze sure can deliver.
Little bit of spam here from NRG through the smoke. They're immediately going to the rifles. No SMGs here in round number 2, which, I mean, is a little surprising, I would say, because you sometimes want to build up that SMG money up against the eco rounds. But it also is a good idea to get the rifles up sooner so that you don't have to reinvest in the following round, assuming you get a clean win. Only the pistols up here for Boss. USPs here. And an upgrade, I think that's a 5-7 for Cryptic, which is going to be the one to watch. He's boosted up on top of his teammate's head here.
I like it. See the vision.
Yep.
See if they can find any picks. It's very careful from NRG. I like the slow play style. You did mention earlier Pwn Alone's content. Obviously, like you said, Slight coming into this roster because Pwn Alone more so focusing in that direction. He's got some great fishing streams going on. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's actually so fun to watch him. But they might walk into this key stack here. There's that boost initially shown. That maybe gives some info, but it's just not the firepower here. Not going to matter too much.
Yeah,
Put it down.
easy clean for NRG. Very little damage taken, so their armor is going to be good. The guns are great because they already bought rifles immediately, and that's what I was talking about, right? If you can survive with all the rifles standing in your anti-eco round number 2, then you are sitting pretty going into what isn't a bonus round anymore. I mean, this is a proper buy-up for the most part. Yes, it's 3 Galils, but those can still be very potent, and the buy-up for Boss isn't exactly going to be great either. You have a FAMAS and an MP9 in the mix, around 3 M4s. Boss, let's see how they divide themselves up here. Send 3 players towards the A site and 2 at B. One thing that I criticized Boss for last time on Vertigo is that they weren't aggressive enough down that A ramp. They weren't taking enough space to get early information. Well, this time it's not going to matter because the hit's coming towards B. Freshie gets the opener. Nitro strikes immediately back. Flashbang blinds Freshie, and then a smoke lands at his feet. I believe that was thrown by him. It's a CT-colored smoke. And now NRG saying, okay, let's readjust ourselves. Let's reset. And this is what I was talking about. On Vertigo, you really need to be ready to make rotations quickly and often, especially T-side.
There's so many open sight lines here for the CTs to quickly transfer in nowadays. I mean, obviously, you could still smoke that elevator off, but there's a lot more angles to clear as well. And you can already see Crypto trying to use some of those new sight lines against him. For the CT side utility, though, that's left standing. Cryptic still has a smoke. But the contact approach here from NRG, the transfer over towards that A-bomb site, could be lethal here. Darty forced to play a more passive approach as they do tuck their way into the site. Cryptic gets a chance to strike from the side right there. It's Darty to land the kill, but Cryptic flies through the smoke there. Not showing that respect as Darty still looking to hold the line with the FAMAS, cuts another one off. Good damage on the Hex, but the kill's finally floating in the feed, and NRG still yet to get those numbers punched in here. Hex is playing forward. Nitro still sticking around here in the back lines, waiting for this smoke to fade here. Gonna have a hard time getting into this bomb site with the bomb planted as well, with Nitro being so far removed, so
Yeah.
more weight on Hex shoulders right now. Nitro finally swings into action there and does get a big pick. Cryptic hits the deck. There's a barrel spotted. Hex gets one as well there. So uncomfortable, but NRG working their way through it. Last alive here, Slight. Low on HP, and he lands one straight through the smoke onto Nitro to close out the round, to clutch up for Boss when they needed it most.
Yeah, pretty chaotic there on the A site, of course, and you saw it happening just on the defensive end. There's more availability of space for the CTs to come through and catch the Ts off guard. And you saw, I think it was Cryptic from Big Garage. He gets OC there, but right before that, he was engaging with everyone coming towards that A site, and Slight, the last two. Nice cleanup there to give his team a first round on the board. Now NRG, because they already had the rifles up in the previous round that were saved over, will still have a full-on buy-up here, this time featuring 4 AKs and the Galil. Cryptic waiting with the MP9 towards scaffolding. And this is kind of more what I want to see from Boss, pushing up, taking those angles, those forward positioning. That forward positioning, I should say. And then Darty going to throw that flashbang. Smoke phase actually popped away by Boss, and they get visibility on a couple of players towards bottom ramp.
Pictures past this utility. He's out kind of in the open here, but does have to fade back. He's still sticking around as the MP9 takes that contact here. The A4 does swing as well, and they just feast on this ramp side here. Darty and Cryptic. These two key pieces here for Boss, firing down range here, putting that pressure with the B side though. Breeze once again put to the task of recovering this round. He does it. Finds himself a quick headshot on the Freshie. Micro still playing very far back, a little bit nervous with the A1 or the MP9 rather in his utility. Just getting fumbled with right now. Micro really putting the pressure on him here, but they haven't moved on in just yet.
Micro, sprayed down through the smoke by Breeze. 3v2, but a 2v2. Slight doing the work once more. He's trying to keep this site under his control while the reinforcements arrive. Automatic creeping up, going between both smokes. He's going to gain a lot of space here. I don't think they'll expect him to be around the corner. They don't! There's one, but he can't get the follow-up. Who's the hero again? It is Slight to make it 2 on the board for Boss.
Beautiful back-to-back rounds here for Slight, saving them a lot of worry here. And again, this ramp hold, it's going to be fierce. I love that Darty and Cryptic now combining their forces on some of these bomb sites. That's going to be a really tough ramp side to crack here. You've got two powerful players defending that side of the map. And honestly, I thought that Darty might have been leaning more towards that that B side, but he's maybe given a little bit more opportunities here now. And I definitely think in the past playing on some of those small side anchors has been very good for him, but he also shows a big capability to multi-kill. So I like the adjustment here in terms of the roles, and especially slotting in Micro. Feels like they could be bringing in some of that energy into this this roster, letting Micro get comfortable where he needs to be. Last round definitely felt like he was dancing in fire, but 2 in a row here before Slight's clutches.
This is a good collapse onto ramp by Cryptic. He gets a couple, and the 3K comes through immediately. It is just up against pistols, but it's a great shutdown. Breeze manages to connect for 1 frag. They don't want to get over aggressive here, but you know what? If it works, it works. Slight gets the 2K. That's going to do it. 3-2 for Boss.
Excellent work right there. Great collapsing on that ramp side. Again, controlling the side of the map here. You can see some sharpness in Cryptic. He doesn't have to talk there. All he has to do is shoot down range. What a relief that is for him nowadays. You know what's good here? I feel like Micro and Slight are both players that have played, with this core in the past as well. So you don't really get what I feel like is a big adjustment period with this roster. You kind of just get to hop on in and play with familiar pieces that you've once to work with, and I really like that idea in terms of Boss and remaining resilient in the scene here, despite all of the changes that they've had to go through over the past couple months.
Yeah, I think the changes they went through were necessary though, because they just hit a wall and things weren't going well for them at all. So it's good to see that, like you said, they're trying to rekindle some past partnerships in terms of teammates. And Darty is going to get the opener on the Hex. Freshy finds a follow-up, and it is all Boss again up against the buy-up this time for NRG. 4v2 in their favor. Automatic and Breeze are on separate sides of the map. Automatic could catch Cryptic here. The timing not in his favor just yet, and Cryptic actually tucking into the corner. He just has to wait. Shadow. There it is, and he has the easy frag. Breeze, last one standing, and I mean 50 seconds left, doesn't have bomb control. Money's in the tank. I think that he just saves.
He's really fighting hard to win them rounds right now, especially when things do go wrong towards that A side. His ability to sneak up and take space on B has been an asset. It's gotten them their 2 rounds, really. Outside of the full eco, winning that pistol. And he's done more work past that, just not work enough to win the round. But forced to just sit this one out. He's got that stamina. That's got to be hurting the knees right there. Crouching and uncrouching.
Yeah.
Doing some squats.
Gotta get that leg day in.
Oh yeah, he's still doing it. Is this the same idea as the Stewie 2K like mouse shake?
I'm
like,
not
is
sure.
He just trying to keep his focus.
It's not a bad idea, honestly, because like the more still you stand, the longer, like you just are more surprised when someone comes around the corner because you're just too stagnant,
right.
And you lose that element of I can react quickly when I'm in the situation. So I think it might be something like that, where he's just ducking up and down to keep himself focused.
I like
whatever works, man.
Yeah, do what you need right there. Sometimes looking at a wall can become mind-numbing. RG quickly calling in these timeouts here. So this is a point that I talked about again in ECL the other night, but when NRG were also running out of steam, they were running out of ideas on this T side, they called a timeout, bam, right to some success. And I feel like that's one of those assets that you'll have when you deal with an IGL of Nitro's tenure. It's just going to be one of those specialties that he can bring. Doesn't really run out of ideas. Can figure out ways to win rounds when things are going south. I don't think this probably won't be the round that they win, but they do have some decent tools behind it. Not completely empty-handed.
Honestly, this is the first, I would say, tougher test for the NRG roster, because the teams they've been going up against, I would say, are more mid to low-tier ECL. And Boss, with the changes and the way they've been playing lately, I think they're leaning more on the higher end, which is great to see. But it is a test for this NRG roster, without question. They're hopping around sandbags. He is spotted out. Do they have them all top? No. Breeze still wins the fight straight up and automatic with the deagle onto Cryptic. 5v3. Micro, Freshy, and Slight trying to readjust and reinforce this vacated A site now. And they will get there, but I mean, they're going to do something quick. And Slight only gets one and immediately traded out. But Micro was saying he needed to do something quickly. Gets 2, but he's the last one standing here, Cole.
His teammate gets taken down on the side. It's a proactive move from Hex. It's Automatic and Hex here as a duo looking to close out this round. Micro's already made the long transition in towards Elevator once again. Automatic going to be exposed here, I believe. He does get taken down, but at least he plants the bomb. It sets up the clutch here for Hex. Utility dispensed. He's going to try and throw it on top of the smoke. It's already baited out the fire from Hex. Is he going to continue to fire away? He is, but he still gets the headshot. Just a little jiggle right there. A shoulder scene for Micro gets blasted. And Hex now wins the clutch here, but Breeze the one to open it all up. Usually it's the pistols that are baiting out the AK here. And instead, it's going to be the AK that just leads the pack into the site and closes out a couple of entry kills that get them space, that get them, follow-up success moving past that smoke. It distracts Cryptic for just a short moment. And again, he just continues to be a big factor here in this game.
That was just the saved AK through, right? There wasn't much of an investment outside of that for NRG, and it all really works out quite well. I mean, yes, they had some upgraded pistols, which chimed in at the right time, but it felt like Boss were getting things back under control when Micro gets that 2K. The problem is then he ends up being the only one left standing. And well, Boss, despite a very strong start, are now only looking at a 1-round lead. And they did get a buy up through here. They don't have the AWP in Slight's hands. I'm sure they're going to want that sooner rather than later. They have to make it work with just the rifles. Incendiary goes out, doesn't really slow Hex down at all. And Cryptic manages to get one. Freshie the follow-up. Breeze is good for the 2K. In response, though, 3v3. We're all even.
This guy just keeps on rolling through 13 right now to his name. It's impressive. Blind already have your stats. Already here dancing in between these duels. He looks to make his move on in. He's going to look to lead the back, but it's just too much. Two players swinging into his corner there. An automatic looking to continue to keep that advantage alive. But really tough angle to deal with here, especially if Micro gets a jump on him. Slight gives him a little jiggle, but that does allow Micro to swing. Perfectly done. Little bait and switch as OC. A slight sneak into the back lines here, and that's all unknown.
Yeah.
So a tough position ahead here. OC, oh, it seems like though clothesline Slight on the move right there. So wise in the clutch. They could have another. Micro looking to save the day this time, and he just might do it. He will. Slides out, catches OC, and this time it's Boss that are able to close out a clutch. I mean, it's been non-stop clutches so far to start this thing off.
I was just going to say exactly that. Like, they've been some very tightly contested rounds in pretty much every single round we've seen, maybe bar this little round. No, even then. I mean, yeah. It was OC with the dualies clutch it out in a 2v, I think it was 2v3 or 2v4. Anyway, Boss are going to come out on top, but it's a good sign for this series, I would say, in general, when all these rounds are so tightly contested.
It definitely shows the competitive nature here so far. As we said, one of the bigger tests that Energy are going to face. Back to player break. Both teams that are looking to break some energy here. Slight kick things off with the opening, though. A great pickup.
Yeah.
The 4v5 early. I mean, nice.
No, I was just gonna say that honestly, I love Punalone. Like, he was one of my favorite oppers in North America, but I find he's more of that stay-at-home opper, not necessarily one that's gonna be maneuvering, going all over the map and being dynamic. Whereas Slight's the opposite. He's a very dynamic opper, likes to be on the move, likes to go and take fights for himself and create space with the AWP. Which, I mean, you see it right there when he gets the opener over on Nitro. So I think that overall, like I was saying earlier, his playstyle fits better with Boss than I think Punalone's did.
And even, you know, better than how he used to play in Wildcard as well. I think he's going to be a lot more comfortable,
dude,
back with the team that he built up.
He was good on Wildcard at the end. Like, they made it to EPL because of the way he played. Like, he was solid in Challenger League playoffs last season. I was surprised to see him, you know, just let go by the wayside. And it's Boss's benefit. Speaking of Boss's benefit, 3K immediately here as NRG trying to get on the site. Only OC left, and, well, OC not going to see anything at all except for bullets to his dome. 6-3 in favor of Boss, and all 5 players left standing.
Big pickups right there. Trying to collapse in. And as you said, I feel like that's one of those moves that Energy, you know, telegraph early. They don't really have that lurking presence. Breeze has been a bit of a menace on that B site. But what he's done best is keep attention turned that way. And, I mean, you can see Micro is part of that defense, and he's been over towards that B side a lot. But you talked about Slight and his ability to be a facilitator in the opening duels. He's once again called his shots here. And this time setting his sights towards this B side, allowing for Micro to sneak on up here, take a lot of real estate. That's Bomb around the corner, I believe. And Nitro's back pockets here, so is it going to drop? The little shoulder scene. Micro fires early. And he won't get punished for it. He won't get killed though either. And Hex is now scaling in. This does create a little bit of discomfort here in the CT side. They're just going to run past the smoke, though, disrespect it all.
There's been space opened up here towards the A site. Boss have left it completely empty. They realized it now, and okay, they closed the gap in time. Darty just clotheslining automatic with the AK. Nitro and OC, well, they managed to make their way towards those B stairs. Micro's waiting, and he's been pretty solid so far, and he continues to be. 2K for him, 7-3 for Boss.
Yeah, hitting a real stride right now. This is looking fantastic here for Boss. finally avoiding some of those clutches as well that we talked about. Winning some cleaner rounds is a huge relief for them. Build up some of that CT side economy to try and cap off this half. And avoid another eco problem as well. Don't get ecoed again. This time it's all the tools for NRG. LBP included in that mix. OC looking to offer up the resistance, but Slight once more trusted with the opening duel there. This time it goes awry, but he's sticking around. He ain't scared. I like that idea. OC is around that corner though, so he doesn't press his luck for too long. Meanwhile, Nitro fills the position and he catches Cryptic on the jiggle right there. So quick on the trigger.
Oh, Freshy wide swings and gets punished immediately by Hex. This is a phenomenal start for NRG. Their best, I would say, so far. 5v3, Slight. Oh, I will say Micro is dead. Hex cleaning him out of the B site, and that is a free plant available for them. Boss, looking at the money, they could challenge here, but Freshy's a little bit low. I think they could still buy for him, so let's see what they find here on the periphery. And they do get one onto Breeze. Darty peeks around a boost, and I believe it's just the save that's been called. They don't look like they want anything to do with this.
Yeah, which maybe is a little bit unfortunate there. They, like you said, there's some money in reserves. Slight gets another one. They're a little too far removed there. I mean, giving them the kills. Wait a second. It's a little too early to be going this far forward. It is a 1v2. And again, they're on the other side of the map, so it should all be good. But this amount of damage, I guess, is well worth it. I think we're going to be seeing Galils come up next year for NRG, and certainly a lack of utility if they want to get AKs. So all things considered, not the worst way to leave around there, even if, you know, they have plenty of money to go around, they'll still be able to get a good buy-in. Not the same for NRG.
I think that's worse for NRG, honestly.
Right.
Because they were the ones didn't have much money, and Boss were already flush with cash. They could have bought up anyway in the next round. Didn't have to chase as much as they did. A little bit of a I would say, micro mistake happening there from NRG, but let's see what they do here. Into the 12th round of play, the final one. They still have, I mean, it's still a decent buy-up. 2 AKs, 2 Galils, and Util is a little light for Breeze, but it's better, all things considered, than I expected. OC going to get the op frag onto Darty to open things up. 5v4 for NRG, who are trying to make it only a 2-round lead heading into that second half.
Slight's still there. He's got vision as well, automatic, trying to dance around the angle, but gets punished for it. Pushing his way too far forward past that smoke and equalizer. From the counterpart here of OC. Now a 4v4 here. What's the next piece of the puzzle? Is Boss seem to be consistently on the move here. A very active defense. As they feel the pressure release on that A side, they start to position themselves elsewhere. And they might be on the money with this as well. I mean, there's a very just minuscule amount of resistance on that A side. They've gambled over towards middle and B, and the bomb is inching that way as well.
There's a flashbang. Smoke thrown. Oh, Micro comes around. He tries to capitalize on the flash. It doesn't work. Slight manages to make up for his mistake. But the flashes are continuing to sail in. The Util is strong, and that Molotov's going to burn away at the feet of Slight. He throws the smoke to defuse it. NRG, look at this, making a full-on adjustment. I think it's the bomb swinging around to join Nitro, and Hex is going to pinch in from the B site. This is actually really good for NRG because Hex can come forward and do tons of damage. There's one. Gets the second as well. Slight and Freshy both gone. Cryptic, the last one standing here.
This is insane. I mean, just faking all over the map, but Cryptic, he's got himself a bit of a gap being slipped here. Hex might not anticipate this sort of move. Wait just a second. There's a false sense of security that CT is claimed, but that isn't necessarily the case. Cryptic continues to move around, but Hex becomes aware eventually. And it catches a back turned right there. As it will be a fist secured. No more clutching at the end of the half here. It will be NRG to close out. We'll see what they can make of this this half here, as I feel like it's still pretty even spread, and it could have been just so much different depending on how all of those clutches panned out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, the fact that it's this close is kind of, I think, the way it should be, given the ways a lot of those rounds played out, how back and forth we saw, and so many clutches that were required to get round victories. Even though, at one point we saw Boss really pulling away, getting that big lead. I think the numbers are reversed here, if I'm not mistaken. It should be 7-5 for Boss. But anyway, it just NRG, those last two rounds picked up were very, very important for them to kind of stay in this one.
Gonna put some weight on this pistol here, starting things off. I mean, energy picked into starting on that T side as well, correct? So open for a little bit of ground to be gained, being that this was Boss's map pick here.
That's right. Yeah.
So they had that side selection. I mean, I like them playing to that confidence. That last round, I think, is a perfect example of how they operate in the late rounds a lot more comfortably than how they used to. There's way less panic. Even with 30 seconds left, it feels like the bomb is in the right position to find the empty bomb site. And there's a lot of communication that was going through quickly. I'd imagine in NRG's camp and communicate correctly.
OC live into the second half. He's got the pistol waiting here towards that A ramp, and Boss are going to slowly but surely move their way up. Okay, this is the concern I had in the pregame, and Boss were doing this pretty much every single round, slow contact towards the A site, and they did have some util executions going on, and this is just pistol rounds, so we'll see if it follows up in the rifle rounds, but this time it looks like they will get a free path towards the A site. The smokes are on point, and a bomb plant will almost certainly be coming through here.
Playing the retake here. And very good positions. Micro, as you can see, deep in towards the elevator. That just might not be an option for them as he continues to take ground. They're still very patient on this retake and can afford that luxury with the kit that is in play, but these post plants are going to be very awkward to deal with right now. Boston very much so entrenched into the CT side positions here as Freshie already offers up two. That's going to set the tone early for how this retake could go here. OC tries to pull it back, but the kit's on the floor here. Breeze going to be operating a little too late as well as automatic. I think this is a matter of doing damage on the way out. Automatic looking for one last duel, but no luck going their way. Boss is going to close out a very comfortable pistol. And NRG just look a little bit slow on the uptick.
Yeah, that was too slow to adjust on the retake. I mean, by the time Breeze gets that frag, there's really no time available on the clock for the defusal to come through. So, yeah, that's, I mean, a good effort, but Boss held their ground. Even more importantly, they keep two players with armor alive, and I'm not sure if they took any damage to the body armor. Well, if they didn't, they got that $350 upgrade, which would be fantastic. Either way, NRG are going to force up here. Going to be pistols across the board for them. 3 5.7s, and don't underestimate the 5.7, guys. It can be very, very potent, especially in situations like this. Nade will sail through. That was for the close corner. No one's home there. Cryptic's on the other side, and Slight supporting him from the bottom of ramp. Just trying to tap that smoke there previously to get some visibility. Doesn't see anything. Tosses the nade. Hex backs off at the perfect time, and doesn't take that much damage. So NRG are still holding strong on the defensive side as Boss creeping their way up and going right through that smoke or thinking about it. One of the Boss members, but they hold back a little bit longer. As I mentioned, Boss really do like to take a slow approach towards A.
Taking that slow approach, recycling utility though here on the NRG side, they're not quite out of it. And they know that there's going to be a play towards this A side, it feels like. Automatic looking to get a bit aggressive, playing around that smoke as well. Smokes fade away here, it does leave them out in no man's land. Very diligent on the clear. Willing to wait out the pistols as Hex throws a little smoke right in the elbow of this execute. Unsure of how they get past this. They're still going to wait it out. Re-execute goes in here, a second layer here from Boss, but struggling to make their inroads. This is where problems could start to arise, especially as a kill comes through, especially as Hex picks up another weapon and a bomb just gets dropped. There's low time, and a collapse from the rest of the roster is in here. They need the kills to finish. 10 seconds left before Freshie recovers and tries to save the round here. Out in no man's land is Hex, and he catches the second. He's got to stick the bomb, though. Nitro, is he going to go for the move here? No, he's going to call the bluff, and he's right in doing so. Freshie going to find the last kill, but to no avail in the round count, as that's taken by NRG.
Wow, that was, again, like I mentioned, the 5-7 can be very scary. It resulted in 2 frags, one from Hex, one from Breeze, and then Hex picks up the rifle, gets the follow-up, and after that, Nitro, like you mentioned, called the bluff. He doesn't try to peek once that bomb is attempted to be planted, and honestly, he doesn't really need to, because with that much time left on the clock, it's probably best just to stay behind and wait to see if they're actually going to have time to get it down to dirt, and, well, wasn't the case at all. 8-6 in favor of Boss. They lose the follow-up round after getting the pistol. And, well, as a result, they're going to enter the Force Buy Wars. And whoever comes out victorious, well, 2 consecutive rounds in a row after winning a Force Buy will end these wars quickly.
That's a big kicker right there. I mean, again, it's one of those rounds where you take down everyone, which is all right for Boss, but it still leaves the CT side now with a little bit more in their back pocket. And capitalizing off the back of a pistol would have been so nice, especially punishing that Force Buy. But you can't beat that clock, and you can kind of feel like that problem could have arose, the panic setting in the late round. See if they can clean that up a little bit here as Freshie taking a confident lurk out middle. He's got 3 teammates behind him, 4 actually, total. Volley doesn't really do too much here. They already make their move out. Cryptic's close the distance with the Tech 9s, which can be a problem, but the crossfire and CT spawn and elevator is way too strong. They come out man down, which isn't the end of the world, but they've also lost a lot of space. Breeze has just taken a lot of control.
Yeah, Breeze potentially coming in on the back lines here. They're going to push maybe into Freshie. And look at this crossfire, I should say pincer attack that they have going on. Oh, Freshie can't finish his food there, and Slight gets nothing else. If they just timed it a little bit better, it could have gone their way. But no, NRG do indeed hang on with the MP9s and the FAMAS in play. And they will get a 7 for themselves. Feels like a tied scoreline. Is already a foregone conclusion with Boss going onto the eco here, likely just with Glocks.
Yeah, that feels like Boss were one smoke away from hitting that A side. You know what I mean? Like, if they just had that CT spawn smoke, they could have much easily or broken that crossfire. Instead, they just get blasted by it. And don't really get much off of the entry that Cryptic finds. Big pickup right there, though. Easy pickets. Confidence building swing right here from Automatic. And now it could be the nice chance to feast up here. A little farm around the corner. A cash farm.
Automatic's pushed up quite aggressively here. There's 2 right through the smoke. Micro and Slight gone, just holding that angle. I feel like everything's going to go Automatic's way. Freshman does in this direction. Okay, well, Darty at least gets 1 for himself in the upgrade to the A1S, but he's surrounded and probably dead to rights. Down to 35 HP now, no body armor, no util.
He threw the gun out, though.
Back to the Glock. Yeah, I actually like that idea because, you know, across and having guns that are available is not great, and now they can't upgrade to the MP9. A little detail, right? But it can go a long way moving forward.
I mean, best case scenario for him right there. Goes for an initial fight, gets chunked down. There's no way he's winning that without armor, without health. And if you can do any extra damage on your way out right there, that's ideal. Otherwise, the MP9 could have just grabbed that, scooped that up, and yeah, I'm right there with you. Smart play there, very cerebral. It's gonna leave them to a tied scoreline though. Energy have pulled their way back into things here. Breeze playing confident. Back turn. Shift walking down the ramp is a bold move. As the resources here for Energy to get this position, 3 players at the start. That is a lot to be put in this direction. All for the likes of Breeze to try and find backs turned, which she just might get.
Oh. It's coming through there, and in fact, we're even, right? Slight gets the latest one onto Breeze after Breeze dropped his teammate. Boss will gain so much space in towards this B site. They don't have the bomb here just yet. Light peeks around, gets another headshot on automatic, even more space gain. Now everyone has to just hightail it over here. They are. Bomb going to be planted very shortly. There is the snake in the grass of Nitro trying to come in from the flank, and OC will set up a nice crossfire here if they can time it right. OC goes for a quick peek to try and get some information for himself. Does see the players. Nitro comes up, does very little. I think the damage to Freshie, and Cryptic spots out OC. So very clean round for Boss. 3 players left alive.
I felt like throughout that entire round, there was a great flash towards middle initially, but there was always a trade available for the T side there, which is great news. A lot more comfortable, a lot more confident in how they played that anti-force spy that they lost in round 2 of the half. So already landing some promising adjustments for this this T side as they get the weapons out. Obviously a bit of a bonus there for NRG, sticking around with a couple of MP9s in the mix, but this time it feels like the real deal. Missing the op from OC, but still got full rifles. A lot of firepower here to wield. Back towards that A site here initially to set the crosshairs. Last time they did this, time was a big problem in that utility that was constantly being dispensed from NRG. It was too nerve-wracking for them to get past.
I'm surprised, like, Vertigo is a map where going fast is to your benefit on T side, and they just don't like it. I mean, now they're going to get stalled out on the ramp, they get spotted, OC gets one big straight from Select, then Automatic sneaks around the smoke and finds himself 2 more. 4v2 in favor of NRG. Freshie and Darty are on opposite sides of the map, and Darty's gone. He's not even on the map anymore. Freshie, last one standing. Bomb on his back and a Molotov, but this one quickly fell apart. And again, like, it's just because they take so long on that ramp that they afford opportunities to NRG to peek into them.
Yeah, I want to add to that as well. NRG just disrupting their setup as well. I feel like Boz can set themselves up with the confidence, right? You can hold all your angles, you can dot all your I's and cross all your T's when you don't have anything going wrong, when you're still in a 5v5. But when one piece of the puzzle collapses, and then look what Automatic can get away with, right? It's just a 1-for-1 trade. OC, he disrupts it initially. Everyone's attention starts to turn away from side hall. Automatic gets a free couple of kills with back's turn. It gets out as well without a trade. So, you know, that's a credit to NRG and throwing a wrench in the system of Boss, not allowing for them to get away with what they like to do.
All right. And that round just expires on time. Freshie saves the AK into the following. I'm going to see what led to that point. Yeah, Automatic, this 2K was pretty much the killing blow for Boss. And we're tied up again at 9. They have the AK saved. I think they can justify a 4-spy here. They absolutely will. I mean, someone's going to have to settle for a pistol or an SMG. Maybe 2 players will have to do that. And the util is, it should be better than this. What's happening here? Are they trying to stay above 1K? Okay, yeah, they're trying to stay above 1K. They got 2 AKs in the mix. And then the other 3 onto pistols. Everyone's got body armor of some kind, but Darty and Cryptic don't have the head armor available to them. Hex and Automatic holding here at the top of ramp. Hex really wants to throw this nade. There it goes. Goes for the corner, not to pop the smoke. And Boss are just going to hold their ground and wait for pushes. Another nade sails through, and that one will connect for a little bit of damage. Yeah, I think he picked it up off the ground. It was dropped for him.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think both were supposed to land there, I'm assuming, but either way, it's a lot of damage done while they're trying to set up utility, but they've gotten stuck their way in towards side hall. Automatic does not know this here, but still able to get his AK out in time and get the Molotov off. So what could have been much more worrisome, instead, something that the CT side gets away with there. And Hex will go swinging, go fishing for whatever he can find. Doing a little bit of damage here. It's a tad bit winnable for Boss in terms of the low HP bars. If they can try and take down Automatic and OC quickly, something good could happen quick. But
it's a good
little boost above here. I think it was being covered. Yeah, look at that breeze. Understanding it. There's no fool there. Wise to the trickery, but Automatic just steps out for another kill, and Freshie just boxed in where he might be in a position where he just has to save again as the best case. Worst case is, again, get nothing.
Just go for the fence. The loss bonus. So damage them. Oh, runs out of bullets. Uh-oh. Freshie will fall. Unfortunate for him, but good for NRG, who do take the lead now, 10-9. Boss didn't fully invest in that round, so the money will be okay, I would say, going into this one, but they might still opt for a lighter buy because you can see that they're still hovering around the 3K mark, not necessarily moving into 4K. This is still an extremely conservative eco because they could have justified Galil's, maybe even had a couple of AKs here, but instead are just going to go for the pistols, Cole. Interesting.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in the MR12 environment.
Yeah.
The saving the economy can be a big factor here. NRG can use that against them. Losing the pistol in this half, still being able to hang on there. Automatic has a great HE to kick things off, and the flashes don't quite seem to cover it. So Hex gonna grab his 20th kill here. Slight gonna jump on up, but get sent backing. NRG, they comfortably cruise through that round.
But again, Boss, A-site, A-ramp, 3 times in a row. It's so easy for NRG to read this, and they've got the bodies ready there. 3 players were waiting for Boss to come up. Let's see if they mix it up here on this round. 4 AKs in the op. With Slight having the op, I would imagine he's going to go for that peek towards a ramp, and he is their best player so far here in this map with 20 frags. In fact, leads the scoreboard on both sides, tied with Hex on the other side with identical frag total. And they are going to go to the B site. Good to see that. Mixing things up a little bit. But they're stalling out. They don't want to go for that quick push up. Ooh. And here they come back to A, of course.
Oh, and Automatic takes down the heavy hitter early. I'm sure he takes a little bit of damage for it, but it doesn't feel like any relief. As you said, just really leaning on this bomb site here. Maybe for the best, though. I mean,
I don't know.
Energy's giving them some ground finally. But Boss have to take the time here. There's a short window where they have to capitalize on it. And with a molly like that, it just might do it here. But they've got to get the move on here. Those rotations are going to activate soon as there's more and more map control being established by the CT side. The execution utility toss on him. But that flash is so good to respond. Automatic setting up Hex for one. Traded instantly by Micro, but Cryptic's got this active move here. He could have a round-winning play. The flanks is activating in the mix, and no way Breeze is going to expect that.
I mean, the flank is probably going to be the biggest problem for Boss, and they still haven't planted the bomb. Now it's finally going to go down. Nitro and OC, one can go towards side hall, and one can stick around ramp. They're probably expecting more action from CT, but you do have Freshie looking around, thinking, okay, maybe they could be ramp. We'll see what happens here. Micro. Flicking back and forth.
Sees the head.
Yeah, he does see the head. Nitro moving around. What a peek from Cryptic and Automatic. The trade immediately. OC dropping Freshie. Now it's all down to Micro. Can he clutch on another round? There's the first. Needs the second as well, or the bomb might just explode anyway. And yeah, Automatic taps it, but he's not going to be afforded the opportunity to do anything more. Micro, another clutch. 3K for him. 10th round finally found for Boss.
There you have it right there. What a clutch from Micro again showing up in a big way. Cryptic taking initiative on this round. And they get away with it. A side has been a difficult prospect for them, but finally a little bit of relief as they play incredibly smart in the post flank. You mentioned the double up on the flank. I was right there with you. I thought, you know, side hall and a ramp flank, like, you wouldn't expect too surely.
No, yeah.
But they positioned themselves so well.
I think it was that peak from Cryptic, right? I mean, Nitro just got blindsided by it. He didn't expect that to come through at all. And then after that, you know, that 2-pronged attack is only 1 prong, and it's not nearly as effective, even though it got close, right? Down to the 1v1 again. But Boss are finally able to close it out. Again, in that case, I don't necessarily mind the rotation day because they made enough noise towards B that they had gotten NRG to lean in that direction. And then the A site was an easier take, but they still take so very long that oftentimes that flank can really be more very impactful. It wasn't as much that time. Here we go. A rare fast play coming through from Boss. They're already on towards B. Nitro, along with Breeze, I mean, they're getting flashed repeatedly here, so they have to back off and wait for their opportunity to arise. Good incendiary throw, but Cryptic just walks right through it and goes right to his demise. Breeze looking for the follow-up, won't get it, but OC finishes what he started, and then Darty is the next to fall. Back and forth we go, and the advantage lies in NRG's favor in a 2v1, and Nitro will close the door on the bomb site. 12th round found.
And it feels like the same problem here arises once again. I mean, maybe we attributed it to the A side just being a bit of a weak point in Boss's executes, but maybe it's just more so the slow nature and a very telegraphed T side, because NRG have everyone involved in the round on, it's pretty much a 5v5 on the bomb site. It's so hard to get past that when you're up against the wall, constantly getting tested by more and more around the corner. And that's been a problem throughout this entire half so far, but Cryptic looking to just take charge here. Letting loose on the B bomb site. This time you won't be able to stack all those resources over, but the utility is so good in return, and they're finding the kills to stabilize here. Slight down as well, and it's just Micro to resist. And a 1v4. He need another clutch to keep them alive, but this might be one task too tall, and he goes down in the end.
Wow, you know, I mean, I appreciate that Boss tried to mix it up, went a little bit faster towards that B site, but unfortunately for them, by the time they were doing it, they only had those pistols up, and I mean, I think there were some MAC-10s in the mix as well. It's just that it was overpowering from NRG in terms of the guns that were available and shooting in the direction of Boss. So that's going to wrap up map number 1. Great work from NRG to steal Boss's map pick away, even though at times, I mean, I certainly felt like Boss were going to be able to close this one out. It was 7-3 at one point in their favor.
Yeah, I was with you. I mean, again, stabilizing big time there on that defense, just struggling a lot on the T side. It felt like, again, NRG having excellent reads and very fast reactions, just constantly rotating there. So they didn't get caught surprised almost ever in that half. And that's good news. As we said here, is one of the bigger tests for Nitro. You know, so far he's passed, and he didn't even really do it individually. I think this probably is the worst game he has had individually so far throughout his campaign here on NRG. And it still looked like the calling made up for it. He still looked like the key players that you want to do well are playing very well. You've got, you know, Hex playing a monster game there. So, you know, again, it feels like out of the gates already we're seeing good signs.
Yeah, and really, he doesn't have to pop off. Like you said, I mean, he's got the rest of those guys, Hex, OC, and Breeze. I mean, they can take care of business. Even Automatic at certain points was coming through with some nice clutch plays. That 2K we highlighted towards the ramp. I mean, look, if Nitro is calling a game like that, I have no problem with him not fragging at all, if everyone else is taking care of business. All that being said, that is the end of map number 1. We're going to be jumping over to, I believe, Mirage for map number 2, guys. But we need to take a quick break before that. When we come back, we'll have that for you. PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 1. We've got map number 2 between NRG and Boss in just a bit, but let's check out those map 1 stats first here to see how everything went down. And you can see the PrizePicks estimated frags on the right side for the next 2 maps. That means in this next map, perhaps some of these players will be hitting that mark.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like for me so far, getting close to those marks. I think Slight
Yeah,
performing
slight.
close to expectations, or rather above it there, with all of his clutches as well. Like, not only was it just the amount of kills that he was bringing, but the clutches to kick off the game here and build up that foundation that you were talking about. It made it feel like Boss were kind of in the driver's seat at one point. He was a big facilitator for that.
No, absolutely. I think that Slight was performing really well. He was doing everything that I think Boss expects him to on a map like Vertigo. It's just that things didn't go their way when they switched to the attacking side. They kind of got locked into that A side again for 3 rounds in a row. All 3 rounds, it didn't go their way. And then afterwards, yes, they tried to switch it up to the B site, but in one of them, it was a close finish. And in the other one, they just had the pistols left. And by that point, their backs were against the wall. Let's check out the other side, though, NRG. And you see here, Hexed and Breeze really leading the charge. They are extremely close as well, going beyond expectations, I would say, on that first map in terms of the PrizePicks estimated total frags, Cole.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you can see the start off for Breeze. He was the one that really kicked things off at the start of the game, constantly finding success. I think 14 kills within like the first 5 or 6 rounds. And then in the closing stages, it felt like on the CT side, it was just Hex. So you have this lovely little 1-2 punch between the duo to start off this first map and the series so far. And again, it's kind of a good story here of opening the chapter and then Hex being able to close it.
Yeah, I think Hex performing that well is an excellent sign for NRG. Sometimes I think actually had a slower start than some people expected to his ECL campaign. So to see him popping off there on that first map and coming through with important rounds, especially on that CT side, is really great for them. Let's talk about map number 2, which is going to be Mirage here. This is not one that Boss like to play. I mean, they're 2-5 on it over the last 3 months. It hasn't been great for them. Yes, you have Slight now. Maybe he can help out in terms of the opping, and then Cryptic can focus more on the fragging. So it's kind of the same thing as Vertigo, more of an unknown because we haven't seen them there too much just yet. But on the other side for NRG, it's always one they've been comfortable on. You talked about Walco really setting the stage in terms of strategy, especially on their attacking side, exceptionally well. I think they can carry that forward here.
Yeah, it's just the perfect combination right here for NRG. I think they started it off well, and this should be the ideal finish for them. Being able to, have this start to, the playbook there, having Walco's foundation and still capitalizing on that here with Nitro. It's just been too good. I watched it again a couple nights ago, and their Mirage just looked in tip-top shape. And again, as you said, Hex is one of those players who I think could maybe get a little bit more unleashed here with this introduction of Nitro. I expect him to start playing really comfortable because that's what I've seen so far. I've seen him really rise with Nitro on the roster.
Last time that NRG played here on Mirage, they defeated Iholos Laser 13-5. Dominant scoreline there, and this is a good start. Automatic gets the opener. Micro the immediate trade. Micro looking for more, swings around, but Breeze has got a bullet with his name on it. Back and forth we go again, and now we sit at a 3v2 advantage for NRG. Good space gained by OC. They still haven't gotten the bomb planted, and that will give Slight a chance to charge up Cat, maybe have an impact. The thing is, it's the dualies. Those are good close range, but long range, not so much. And he gets gushed down to 22.
Oh. I thought he was going to fall right there, but he does not. And he loses his teammate before he can actually even make his way on in. He's outside of market looking in. Bomb going to be planted finally. And NRG keep their composure in the 3v2. Sure, maybe they didn't have bomb down, but again, one of their specialties now is not panicking, not falling victim to these kind of late round collapses. And they show it here in the pistol, having to overcome a lot of adversity on that B side as well. I mean, there was a lot of players there. You see on the mini map right now, the blue outlines, you have to get through 3 players triangulating their setup. The dual Berettas at the start, like usually that sort of setup with the flashbang is what leads to some dominant CT side success, but they roll past it.
All right, so NRG going to get that first round on the board here. good pistol round execution. I mean, they're just winning the fights, honestly. And some good shots here in particular. Breeze managed to connect onto Micro. Then it goes back and forth, but that fight, winning it, clears up the space for OC to re-peak here and get freshy. So, NRG will be upgrading themselves. Will it be rifles across the board again? It will be. Okay, so they're not favoring going for the Mac 10s at all on round number 2. They just want to get their rifles up and try to cleanly win rounds so that they don't have to, I guess, worry about the bonus round as much if they get to round number 3 with all of these guns up and running. Boss stacking the A site. They're going to send 4 players down the ramp. Breeze could be in a little bit of trouble here.
Farm up some sweet egos, like you will do right there. Perfectly lined up. Tearing through it with the Galil. Extra 5 bullets. Really worth its weight in gold. When 5 or 4 USPs are chasing you. Not all that bad. Micro, no luck for him either. Flawless here on the anti-eco. NRG. Nice 2-0. And Breach just gets to farm things up. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, padding his stats. There he is on screen. Has to be happy with that performance there. I mean, just up against the pistols. But as I mentioned, like when you got 4 pistols, whether it's an eco or not, charging down on you and you're the only player, you can easily go down. So that was actually some really good spray control coming through from Breeze.
See that
NRG.
spooky mask he has in the background?
I didn't see it. What was it?
I don't know. It's like the anonymous mask.
Oh, God.
It's kind of scary. It's like one of his like kitchen piece centerpieces too, so.
Freshy, staring up there. Luckily does not have to look at Breeze's background, so he won't be spooked out. He might be spooked by Breeze himself, though, and he is! Breeze gets the opener. Darty finds the immediate trade that will maybe settle things down, but I mean, they found 1 player onto A, so they're probably going to continue charging forward, which they absolutely should. The smoke guising off visibility. Molotov's thrown in the right spot. OC just throwing that bomb down so he can hold from Palace. I like the idea, but someone has to recover it. And it looks like it will already be grabbed by Hex, so it was in his hands. Automatic dealing with Cryptic. There's a lot of activity on this site, but everyone is spotting out, at least everyone at NRG is spotting out the boss players, and Slight the last one standing. That was actually chaos, but NRG were very cool and composed. Automatic, oh man, he should have been dead to rights. Slight had that.
Yeah, it beckoned him forward, unfortunately, as well. And that just leads to him not saving a gun instead. So it's just a quick little pathing rolling through. Very simplified calling for the first gun round, and they just get away with it big time. Free range on that A side. Again, no saves, no real silver lining here to lean on for Boss in the early stages. Also, I got word that the mask was V for Vendetta, which is a movie.
It's a movie.
That came out in 2005.
I have not seen it myself.
I've not seen
Have
it
you?
either.
Okay.
But I do know the mask is like the anonymous mask. I think that's the one they use for hacking and such. If they're still a thing, I don't know if they're relevant.
Yep. I think they were in the news recently for something. I can't remember what, but
Hopefully not that Microsoft crash.
no, that was just that was just incompetence. Moving on here. Boss. They've got the pistol upgrades. 2 Deagles, a couple of 5.7s, and a USP. Armor has been purchased up here, so it's a half-buy, but Micro, well, that armor won't matter when the headshot comes through from Nitro. 5v4 immediately. The other 4 players are stacked up on B. A nade connects with them. That might have given some sort of information to NRG if they heard that it connected with the bodies. Molotov, flashbang, everything coming through, so they might have some intel here. And you see Freshy trying to charge out, nothing doing for him. OC clotheslines Cryptic, trying to spray down Slight as well, but it's actually going to be Hex to get that, and it's all energy.
Such a suffocating round. They're still throwing flashes for OC to turn the corner right there. That's just ultra diligence being done by NRG up against the anti-eco. You know, only a single casualty, which sure, you know, OC can even buy an op if he wants to now. So it's not really even that big of a deal, but there it is. Shout out to Rob for the info right there. But yeah, that you know, right there in the middle, right next to the sink, plops down a mask.
What? No. I was just gonna say, why is he playing in the kitchen? I guess that's just the layout of his
For
apartment.
a quick snack.
Yeah.
You know, what if you get hungry while you're gaming and you don't want to walk all the way over?
I suppose.
That's
You're
just
always,
dedication, really.
you're always close by to energy and fuel. Alrighty. 4-0 for NRG. Speaking of, man, that was an unintentional pun.
I thought it was intentional.
No. But it worked out anyway. OC gonna fire off with the AWP. He backs off here. And NRG are leaning right into the B site, which actually doesn't have anyone on it because Boss are going for this mid aggression. Now Darty, realizing something might be up, is going to turn his back on mid and look towards the apartments. A good flashbang here for NRG could open up all the space. And I think Cryptic, realizing now that, you know, they could already be pretty far forward, is going to fall off this aggressive angle and then go back towards bottom cat so that Darty can reposition himself towards B.
I mean, really good repositions here. It's still putting a lot of weight on the shoulders of Darty right now, but again, this guy's proven to be a fierce anchor. We'll see if he can wreck it. No, absolutely not. Hex just clotheslines him on the inbound here. At least a couple trades in return. Cryptic looking to keep contained on this B side. Sticks around for a little too long. It does cost him. And especially with this transfer on in towards the bench side. Breeze, he gets another kill even with this low HP. A jump up from OC that instantly dismisses Freshie. And they can't even get past Market before they have to retreat. Slight trying to escape. He has to turn around for one extra kill on his way out. But NRG, with read after read and kill after kill, just look like they're on top of things.
Yeah, that engagement from Cryptic towards Cat, you know, yes, you still have a man advantage when he goes down, but it was the most important engagement because if he gets one there before falling, then it's a different story because Breeze is gone and you only have 2 players, but Breeze catches Slight, no op saved over. Breeze doesn't even want anything to do with it because they don't need it. They've already got OC on the big green. He's satisfied sticking around with the AK-47. What they're even more satisfied with is it's 5-0 in their favor, and Boss hasn't really done much.
Oh, I mean, again, not a lot of damage done on their gun round. The ecos have been just swiped aside by Breeze and the diligence of NRG. So they just got nothing really to lean on here, and I think it's a good time to call a timeout. Start to get some refreshers, settle the nerves here. I know that there's got to be a little bit of lingering frustration from a Vertigo loss and how it ended up, right? So trying to settle things down. See, this is the more the decor I expect in the background there. Hex has a little plushy, you know. That's a little sweet, wholesome. Then you've got Breeze with the
kitchen and mask.
There it is.
I love it. Yeah, it's an open concept apartment.
Xbox?
An Xbox? I think it's an Xbox. I don't know if it's an Xbox. Is that like a no?
Oh no,
I'm bugging you, man. No, it isn't. It is an Xbox 360. Yeah, that's crazy.
Still rocking that
retro game in there.
Playing some Halo Reach.
I can't believe I'm calling an Xbox 360 retro gaming. By the way, I feel really old right now. NRG has already got the opening frag here. Breeze. Well, he won't get anything actually. Nice shot from Darty. Goes for the follow-up. Can't really connect on anything else. That might be all the noise that Boss makes in the round because NRG have the mid control and they can choose their destination. Boss are gambling that'll be towards B and they are gambling incorrectly, which it's surprising to see them gamble B when there's so much forward information from Micro.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're relying on him to try and find that flank, right? And saying, hey, you've got to do as much as possible, but
they're readjusting.
But that window might close, as you said. Micro is going to come through, and again, you can lean on this flank, but at some point, Hex is going to start looking that way, and especially as he gets that kill. You know, what else can you really look at? Micro, what can he gather here? He's going to choose to go for a little trigger discipline, and he gets his. You know what? I got mine. All good. He didn't whiff it gargantually bad. It was just a little whiffage, and then he converted.
Alrighty, well, NRG continue rolling along here. It was an eco round for Boss, and, you know, a couple of nice shots to Deagle. That wasn't enough. Here comes the buy-up again. I mean, the economy's fantastic here. on the NRG side, and the score line is as well. The NRG have guaranteed themselves that the maximum amount of rounds that Boss can get is 6, which means they will almost certainly, unless things go completely awry here, take a lead into this next half with one more round victory. Hex looking towards underpass. He's got the AK locked and loaded, and he just wants to see a push come through. Darty's peeking there. He's not pushing. At least not underpass. It looks like he wants to go towards top mid, and Hex, timing is actually quite good from him, and he's got a teammate by his side. Oh no. Boss are not really ready for this one. You see Darty turning around and maybe having a look here, but NRG are really biding their time, and you have to imagine that Darty might get a little impatient and push up towards top mid and make the readjustment at the wrong time, but he is holding his ground right now.
Yeah, I mean, setup here, not a big need to adjust it. We've got a couple of players holding that top mid, but a great flashbang here. We'll see if they turn that corner with conviction as they're keeping Slight not so available here. And that is, again, the first domino that comes down. The diligence done once again from NRG as Hex swings in the flames. The collapse comes through. And piece by piece, NRG read into the setup for just another phenomenal gun round where they know exactly what Boss are planning and abuse that.
I mean, that was just beautiful, though. I mean, quite honestly, you have 3 players coming out from underpass by NRG, then a smoke comes from top mid, so you're like, oh, wait a second. You have to focus towards that direction. And then the frag as well. As soon as that frag comes from top mid, they cycle around with a flashbang thrown from underpass and just overload the remaining Boss players in that position. So it was just so well played from NRG, and Boss could do nothing but kind of desperately try and fight through all that utility that was selling their way and all that firepower. 7-0 for NRG, and again, like, I mean, we're looking at that scoreboard on the Boss side. There's not really, unfortunately, much to speak of. On the other end, it's everyone popping up. Breeze already up to 10.
Yeah, they're playing out of their mind right now. Breeze continuing to play a very good best of 3 so far. Again, well, there you go. Up to the estimation.
Yep.
There, the PrizePicks picked out for us there, as you can see. Got more than 31 kills, so excellent work from him so far. And as I was saying, just keeps up that consistency of his great work in this best of 3 so far.
And it's not just the BO3, like I talked about earlier. Breeze has been amazing for this NRG roster. Even before Nitro joined up, I think he was one of the players that surprised me the most. He was so solid. Nitro and Hex combining for 4, wow. And then Breeze, the cherry on top. 8-0 in favor of NRG. They're just sailing along. I don't... Again, Boss needs something. It was just, you know, a pistol round with an SMG in the mix, but still, that was so convincing from NRG. They're just overloading them.
I mean, it's just been how every eco's gone, where there's absolutely, you know, little to zero fight from Boss. They haven't been able to put damage down range. Right there's a flawless anti-eco where, you know, no casualties take place. Money's already out of control for the remainder of the half here. I mean, if you look at the cash flow going on for NRG, it's absolutely absurd. And that just goes to show how dominant it's been. But it hasn't only been, you know, ecos that they've been swiping aside. It's been gun rounds as well. And Boss, you know, again, another time out to find that resistance. Start to apply that. But I tell you what, I feel like NRG just having way too much fun with the way that they're just working around this map so far. And identifying the right targets here.
Yeah. And I mean, like, if you look at the last 2 maps they've played here, both 13-5 wins. One against the Holos Laser, like I mentioned before, kind of expected. But the one before that, before the player break, in fact, against M80, who we know how good they were throughout the last season of ECL. And to beat them by that scoreline on this map is actually quite impressive. And that was when they still had mobs. Who's now part of G2. Man, that's a cool pickup, honestly. Like,
so cool. Already in the final of a big event as well.
I know. It's really wild, honestly, and that an NA talent was finally picked up to a main team and immediately has an impact, right? So I hope that happens more for the NA players, that the big orgs are going to be targeting them, and I think it will. I mean, the scene is starting to really flourish here on this continent.
Yeah, I mean, you got Lake into M80, which might come at a surprise for some people, but, you know, it's again more teams exploring North American talent. Slight just doesn't get anything to work with. this AWP. Flashed off initially, smoked out next, and then mollied out of position. He just gets pushed off of his angle and forced into less comfortable positions, as been the case here for the most part of this half here. But Cryptic looks to lock down some kills towards Catwalk. He's good for a kill and some change here. And Micro sticks around in his position, looking to clothesline the Opper on the inbound. But a trade from OC on offer. You have to figure out a way, though, right now to get that bomb into the site or get involved elsewhere, which could be an option. 20 seconds left, and Automatic saying, hey, it's looking a little bit free. It's looking a little bit clear on this A side, and Automatic, he's exactly on the money right here. I mean, right call, right transition, and to get another late round read here from NRG, but a kill back from Darty could put a hurting on things.
Yeah, that was actually a really good adjustment coming from Boss, and OC's very low with the op. They're trying to spam through on him. There he goes, drop to dirt. It's down to Hex, and he's all the way on the other side of the map. He has to rotate in from connector. I think they realized that. There's the smoke down. He's holding the spray, and oh my goodness! That was so close! Freshie and Darty down to 14 HP each. Hex almost hitting the perfect spray down, but Boss finally succeed. It wasn't easy, but their first round is on the board.
I mean, I absolutely can't believe it right there. That is such a crazy attempt. 14 HP on both players. His spray control so perfect as well. I mean, that's just excellent control in the recoil. Fortunately for him, just enough HP to tank through it. And Boss finally on the board with a little relief there. NRG still coming through with these excellent reads in the late round. As I had given them a lot of credit for. That continues. That trend is still in here for NRG, but still being able to shut things down here, Boss. And, you know, maybe if they can close things out with 4, put a little bit of a slowing in the momentum of NRG, that'll be something, but it's going to be gun rounds to try and slow that down here constantly.
Smoke landing at Micro's feet. And he just goes back behind it a little bit. Automatic going for that spam. Trying to make a lot of noise. He's the only one towards bottom mid right now. The other player, Nitro, is pushing up Cat. And I mean, this feels like an ace at the end of the day. That's going to help. Breeze gets the opener onto Micro. He takes so much damage. Only 1 HP left for him. But it's still a man advantage despite that. And look where Automatic is. Oh my goodness. He's all the way into jungle, going towards the broken wall. He'll probably have a freebie as soon as he turns to his left. And oh, timing is just a little bit off for him. Still likely going to get this frag. He's just going to take his time getting on that flank. And Energy's waiting for him. Once he activates, oh no, Darty pulls around and gets the headshot. They still manage to get one on the front side, but Freshie is able to trade back and forth until Hex hits that one. And Nitro, the follow-up, Darty, the last one standing. They're just all over the map on NRG, and Darty does manage to deny the bomb plant, but not the round. Nitro, the touchdown with the HE, and NRG, they've got a 9th.
Man, just wild scenes right here. A lovely kickoff, but look at this. I think Hex just fully flashed up, but able to line up a headshot, clotheslines Freshie, what could have been a game, or rather round-saving flash. Instead, it's just straight into the headshot here, and as I say that, straight into Hex meeting those expectations, hitting more than 31.5 kills, which I feel like, again, just playing incredibly well. And as you said, I think for me, it feels like Hex into you know, the top caliber of ECL teams. Maybe had some of his struggles here, but excited to see if he can continue to come into form, as he's been playing out of his mind right now.
No question at all. Boss on the pistols. Freshie wants to wide swing this. Might be a mistake. We'll see. It is. We'll see. Immediately finds him, and Darty tries to capitalize afterwards, but they just spray them down immediately, and that leaves Cryptic, Slight, and Micro. Just those deagles. Hope and a prayer. They're in the right position at the very least. Oh, there it is. Micro, headshot onto Nitro. That's all you need. Maybe another one on the cards. Micro upgrades himself to an AK, and oh, OC's watching right there. What a shot, threading the needle. Now Cryptic and Slight are likely the next to fall. There we go. Breeze, headshot for him. He's already up to 14 here before the second half has even started. And Slight, well, desperately waiting over at Ticket. They probably know he's in this vicinity, or they will soon.
Gonna be boxed in here. And again, the ultra caution of NRG and these ecos, or anti-ecos rather, it's just so impressive. Everyone's prepared. There is never any panic, and when NRG's playing like this, there's gonna be no chances for early success, really not to be capitalized upon. But this is more of an example of what I think NRG are doing really well right now. It feels like they are so prepared for everything that's coming their way. OC doubled up with Breeze and Palace. You have two players ready to deal with CT side aggression, and it comes your way. If it's Boss, if you're on the side of things here and you're trying to switch things up and you know, just try and find something that sticks, they're ready for everything. They're ready for every possible, you know, little CT side aggression proactivity.
I think NRG at this point are kind of bullying Boss. They're going for quick hits towards the sites, and now again towards A. They're already out. Not really expecting for Boss. A missed shot from Slight. That is going to hurt. Darty kind of by his lonesome. OC hits another one, and Hex the headshot to Darty. Again, all NRG. They are just winning every single gunfight. Micro, last one, maybe gets one here, but probably that's it. Indeed, one and done. 11-1 for NRG as they switch sides here. Goodness me.
Yeah, that is terrifying here. Two-man wrecking crew, Breeze and Hex tearing it up on the site with the entries. And it's never good when you're boxed into that little corner right there in a 5v1. There's a statement being put together here from NRG. I mean, we knew that their Mirage was going to look good here in this series. I think that was something we both expected. Was it going to look this good versus a team as tough as Boss? I didn't think it was going to be this incredible, but they're replicating that success. And again, I think other teams in the scene are going to have to look at this map here and become a bit fearful of what NRG can bring on this map.
Yeah, I think it always felt like a win condition for Boss was taking that first map and making it a 3-map series, right? Because we just have seen how good NRG have become here on Mirage. Good smokes thrown out, and NRG can only afford USPs here. I'm just surprised by that. But oh my goodness, they get 3 frags with them. What's happening? OC and Nitro get a couple. Darty is going to come right on back, and I'm crazy, guys. I'm crazy. You want to know why? Because I'm stupid. It's pistol round. What the fuck is... Sorry, what is wrong with me? Oh, goodness. But there we go. Freshie is done. Boss lose the round.
I was like, yeah, like in a video, got a couple P250s or 5.7s in the mix there. It feels like NRG could have put a cap on this one. Incredibly quick.
Sorry. That's honestly like hasn't happened to me for years.
It's okay. It's MR12. You can blame it on that.
I guess so. I guess so.
Too bad though. It's MR12. Yeah, that's the solution.
14th round here. And Boss are going to have the 2 Galils, the Scout, and the Tech 9 and the Mac 10, so that they're going to be going for broke here. They have to. Need 11 rounds in a row to pull this one off. Guess Boss aren't the only ones lost. I am too. Micro. Going there. Nitro. Could get caught off here. He won't. Trade comes through. OC is able to spam through. And looks like Boss are going to gain this site.
Be able to hold on to it as well. For now, at least with Slight in this position, it's a little awkward though for a Scout to be there, right? Tough time trying to land those shots, and it doesn't really matter here. He finally does find a headshot, but before you can even blink, the chase is through, and it is an absolute speed run here on Mirage where they just shut things out. I think I saw 4 players with 100 ADR.
Yeah, no, this was absolutely dominant coming through from NRG. No real competition on the Boss side. They cruise on through here, and I think we should hopefully have those map 2 stats ready to go in just a little bit, guys. We're going to check those out. But overall, Cole, I think that NRG delivered kind of as we expected, right? In terms of how strong they've been on Mirage and in general with Nitro being added to this roster. It just feels like that missing piece that came through.
Yeah, I mean, right there, I think this is a great series of proof of concept to say, hey, we're not just doing it versus those middle caliber, bottom caliber ECL teams. This is, top level. And especially when we're on our comfortable territory here, if you're on a map like Mirage and you're going up against us, we're going to tear you up. And again, it felt like both good reads, good preparation, though, as well, being done here from NRG, seeming like they're really motivated to start off this event here for the PrizePicks in a revival series. Very, very confident, and the motivation, the preparation just seems like they've got it in their favor.
Yeah, and of course, remember, guys, there's no second chances here. It is single elimination, so Boss are gone. We'll see you later, Boss. Maybe in series number 2. We'll have to wait and see for that one. As looks like I'm not sure we're going to get those stats here, guys. Maybe we can just talk a little bit more about what Boss needs to change up on their Mirage because it just looked very, very rough overall.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm with you. I feel like what they have made is a couple of changes that I've noticed here. Obviously, I mentioned it at the start of Vertigo, but it feels like Darty's been freed up for some more active roles in the team right now, which I think is a good thing. It should be, at least in theory. I always gave him a lot of credit for what he could do in terms of anchoring on this map, but right there, if you're on the side of Boss, I feel like especially for that second map, there's a lot that you got to work out, and I think it's not coming down to just like a single player. It's more of a team wide when it's that one sided, right?
Yeah, and I think that those stats, I don't know if they're going to be ready, but let's talk about who made this possible, right? Who has made all of this possible here at the event, and of course, none other than Prize Picks. They are the best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join Prize Picks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 stat projections and pick more or less to build up your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. The NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. For a limited time, if you click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account, they will match your first deposit up to $100. That means if you deposit $100, you get an additional 100 to play with. Type !REVIVAL into chat to learn more. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Cup is also partnering with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, that wraps up our first series. We're going to take a break, but when we come back, we'll have our second series coming at you.
today. If you ain't first, you're last.
Every word looks the same. If you can't flash, hold that. I don't know what you're saying. Okay, but every word looks the same.
I'm trying my best.
I just see your teeth moving. I don't know what's going on.
If you ain't first, you're last.
If you can't hold that. Well, that's my final answer.
Final answer?
If you can't hold that. See, every word looked the same. I'm probably completely wrong.
You're completely off.
If you can't hold that.
If you can't hold upper.
If you can't hold
If you
that.
can't hold sight.
If you can't hold that.
If you can't hold flank. I feel like I'm getting it except the last word. One more time.
If you can't hold that.
If you can't hold sight. I don't know. That's my final answer. If you can't hold sight.
Team Fortress 2, what?
If you can't hold sight.
Team Fortress 2, I don't know.
If you can't hold sight.
Inferno? Okay,
If you can't hold sight.
go again.
If you can't hold
If
sight.
I die, okay, I think I have it. Go again.
If you can't hold sight.
If I get AIDS, I don't know.
That's not YouTube short
What?
friendly.
Okay, I have the first part. If I get,
If you can't hold sight.
this is the last part. If I get,
Sight.
if I get sex, I actually have no idea.
If you can't hold sight.
If I get flashbanged, I don't know. That's my final guess.
If you ain't first, you're last.
Dude, that wasn't even close.
Oh my god.
God.
What did you say?
If you can't hold that.
And then I said, if you
Can't
can't
hold
hold
sight.
sight.
Yeah. What would you do for CS2?
I'm already lost. Hold on, let's go slower.
Yeah. What
What
would you
would you
do
do
for
for
CS2?
Dust 2 or
CS2.
Sex 2? What would you do for
CS2.
CS2? I got it. I think what would you do for CS2? That's my final answer.
You need to use your lips this time.
I did. What would you do for CS2?
What would you do for
D-
C2?
CS2.
Sensual.
From the top. What would you do for CS2?
I don't want to say what I think you're saying. What would you do for? What would you do for?
CS2.
What would you do for sex tube? That's what I think you're saying. But that's not. I don't know. What would you do for YouTube?
Let's go with that one. I like that one.
That's my answer. What would you do for YouTube?
What would you do for YouTube?
What would you do for YouTube?
What would you do for YouTube? That's my
Is that
final
your
answer.
final
I don't
answer?
know. That's like,
The first phrase was, what would you do for CS2?
CS2.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying sex tube the whole time. I was like, there's no way he's saying that.
the P250 is the best gun in the game.
Go again.
The P250 is the best gun in the game.
I don't know a single word.
The P250 is the best gun in the game.
Just say it slower.
The P250 is the best gun in the game.
The AWP is the best gun in the game.
The P250 is
The
the best gun
P250 is the
in
best
game.
gun in the game. That's my final answer. The P250 is the best gun in the game.
Sounds like the pizza is the best gun in the game.
The P250 is the best gun in the game.
The P2K is the best gun in the game.
Oh.
My man.
The P250 is the best gun in the game.
The P250 is the best gun in the game. Final answer. That's it. The P250 is the best
How
gun
long, my boy?
in
You're
the game.
fucking saying a whole rap verse. What's going on?
The P250 is the best gun in the game.
The P250 is the best gun in the game. I think I'm pretty confident with that. So my final answer is P250 is the best gun in the game.
That was it.
That was it?
Yeah,
That's it.
we all
let's
got
go.
it.
That was easy.
That's what it is actually.
Sally sells seashells at the seashore.
This is some she shell shit. Wait, what?
Sally sells seashells at the
You're not even moving your
seashore.
You're not moving your mouth.
I
You're
can't
just-
say it. I can't say it.
There's
At
nothing
the
I can. There's no
seashore.
words I can.
Every word's the same.
No, there's no words. You're not even moving your mouth.
Like Sally sells seashells at the
I
seashore.
don't even have. I have 0 words.
Sally sells seashells at the.
I can see she shells in there, but I don't know the phrase. I don't know the
Wait,
phrase. I know like there's some Pete she shells have she shells on his shell. I don't know.
Sally sells.
She shell on the she shell on the she shell. That's my final answer.
Sally sells seashells
She shell on the she shell on the she shell. I mean that's my final answer.
What's so damn funny? Why are you guys smiling, huh?
She shell on the she shell on the she shell.
Wow. All right. Say it slower.
She shell. Sea
Chase
shell.
the chicken?
Seashell on the seashell on the
I don't know.
seashell.
I don't know what you're saying. I have no idea. I actually have no idea.
Seashell on the seashell on the seashell.
Clean up all the cheesecake. Like, bro, I don't know.
Seashell on the seashell on the seashell.
T side or CT side? I don't know. I literally, I
Final
can't
answer?
tell. That's my final answer. T side or CT side? T side or CT side?
Something T side.
T side or CT side?
CT or T side.
T side or CT side?
CS is going to bed. I don't know, man. Try it again.
T side or CT side?
CSGO is.
T side or CT side?
That's it. Final answer. T side or CT side.
Sally sells seashells on the seashore.
Oh, it's that thing.
Seriously,
yeah.
Sally sells seashells on the seashore.
Yeah, no.
But he not even.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But he said seashells or something.
Yeah.
That actually won't be too.
Because I know the phrase, I know about it, but I don't know how it goes.
Fortnite is better than Counter Strike.
48 is better than Counter Strike.
Fortnite.
Fortnite is better than Counter Strike.
Fortnite is better than Counter Strike.
Fortnite is better than Counter Strike. That's my final answer. Fortnite is better than Counter Strike. Try to kiss me. Fortnite is better than Counter Strike.
Fortnite is better than Counter Strike. That's my final answer. Fortnite is better than.
Your lips are not even moving, bro.
Fortnite is better.
14 seconds and the bomb explode.
I didn't even say
Pull that out of my ass. I don't even know.
Fortnite is better.
14 seconds.
Fortnite is.
4 guys running. There's something about 4 or 14.
Fortnite is better than Counter Strike.
4 days.
Fortnite is better.
40 days.
Yeah. Fortnite.
40 days. 40 days
40 days until Counter Strike.
until CS2 comes out. 40 days until CS2 comes out.
Yeah.
Fortnite is better than Counter Strike.
Fortnite is better than Counter Strike.
Yeah, that's what I said as well.
Oh, I had 4. I was 4 was correct.
You couldn't get the. You kept saying
40 days
14.
until
40
Yeah,
days.
I heard something about 4.
Fortnite.
All right, and we're back here with the Prize Picks NA Revival Cup, series number 2, guys. And honestly, that first series was pretty crazy. In fact, let's just take a quick look at the overall stats that came through there, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, if you need a refresher there, it was, again, an absolute speed run rolling through from NRG. They really asserted their dominance here in an exciting way versus a top caliber, ECL level team. So for me, it's just NRG doing what they do best. And yeah, for me, again, we had some silver linings. We had some good looks out of Boss. I feel like Slight was able to play a good game, right? I think he was showing some great stuff with the AWP. I think Micro, even individually, had some good moments as well. So, calling wise, I feel like they're still going to have some time to get used to his style as opposed to Cryptics. But again, that was NRG doing what they do best, I feel like.
Yeah, and I think we're still looking at the map 1 stats only here for NRG, because definitely Hext and Breeze hit those estimated frag marks of 31.5 and 31. They were the 2 best players for NRG throughout the entire series. And honestly, Breeze was the one that stood out to me the most. He continues to stand out, and I think he'll be a really important piece moving forward for NRG in this Revival series. And there you go, guys. You can see them now. 35 frags for Hex, 39 for Breeze, and 31 for OC. Like, OC's always good, right? Like, you can always rely on him to come out with some solid stats, but Hext and Breeze really carried the weight of their team on their shoulders throughout that series. So all that being said, let's forget about that one and talk now about the one that's coming up between the Party Astronauts and Wildcard. And what do we have here to chat about, Cole?
Well, of course, we got the kickoff here right now. We've got some of the Party Astronauts players to start things off here. And as we had mentioned earlier, because we had kind of hit on this a little bit, but for me, again, the 2 highlight players pretty typically are going to be Fang. They're going to be 60. Yeah. Those are the 2 players that you kind of expect to see those peaks out of. I mean, especially if you talk about 60 when it comes to individual takeover of games, this guy is absolutely capable of big numbers here. And I feel like I've watched it many times before. And as we mentioned as well, Fang on the other end of things, I feel like has come into a lot more form with this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are certainly the 2 players to watch, the 2 heavy hitters that consistently can put up those types of numbers. So for me, Sixy and Fang are definitely the ones to keep an eye on the Party Astronauts. Fang, you're right to highlight him, of course, because he was their newest addition to this roster. He was made available. He replaced, honestly, one of my favorite grinders in ECL and Chop. I don't know if Chop has necessarily found a new home yet, but I always found like he was
advanced now.
Yeah, he might be, which is a shame because I think he's an ECL level talent. I'm sure he'll find his way back there again, but he was always reliable, always consistent, never really a flashy player, right? Like he played his roles and he did a good job at it. So I think that it's a shame that he's no longer a part of this roster, but I think the future is still bright for a player like him. And of course, you can't really fault the party astronauts for getting Fang because of how good he is and what the kind of star power that he brings to the roster. And he was available, so you got to take it. You got to take that chance. And Chop was just the one who ended up getting the brunt of that.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think long term, I think Fang's gonna be the ideal piece here. We've already seen some of that success throughout the year. Party Astronauts have been a team that's been able to make it to international competition and test themselves versus some really good teams. We played Falcons just before the end of the player break, or the start of the player break rather. So it was really cool to see them over in Jönköping. But I guess we could take a look at who they're going to be up against here, right? In the likes of Wildcard. Again, as mentioned earlier, this is a roster here that I'm incredibly excited about. This is also a roster that is going through a bit of an awkward introduction into the season so far. I know that Ozzy and Susp are currently still in Sweden, at least as of a couple days ago, and I don't think they've made the travel over just yet. So that's going to be an interesting factor to keep an eye out for the two Swedes here in the server. But of course, when you talk about consistency and someone who isn't going to be operating on some pretty high paying, JBA is one of those individuals, and he has been doing so much for this team.
Yeah, if you want to pick a player who's going to really get some stuff done here on the server, it's JBA. No question in my mind. I watched him carry this team throughout the playoffs in ECL last season and was a massive piece in ensuring that they qualified for EPL 1 and 2, made it to the grand final. Couldn't overcome M80. No one could last season, but yeah. Anyway, that's everything said about players on both these squads. Let's check out the vetoes to see what maps are going to be playing on. And of course, these guys did play against each other quite recently, in fact, a month ago in June in the Thunder Pick qualifier. And it was a win for Party Astronauts, but very tightly contested. 13-10 on Inferno and 19-15 on Dust 2. Let's see if we get the same maps here. Mirage Band, of course, by Wildcard. Then Vertigo gone for the Party Astronauts. What is the pick for Wildcard? Ancient coming through. Okay, what do you feel about this one?
I mean, again, I was able to watch this team earlier in ECL play on this map, and I was very surprised with how strong they looked. Again, it feels like for some of these players, and I got those numbers for you, I think they're both hitting above 100 ping. They did not really affect them in their ECL match, which was promising. They dominated. Saw some good multi-killing out of Susp, actually, on the B side, which for me feels like they're doing really good preparation. And alongside, like, Stanislaus' ability to call what I think the Swedes are going to be very comfortable in, like a sort of Counter-Strike style that is very mirrored on like European-esque Counter-Strike as well. It just feels like this should offer up some pretty quick success, even if they're going up against some of those tough odds of the ping issues.
Yeah, and the ping issues, I feel like the teams they were playing up against in ECL so far, we talked about this already with multiple teams, but it's the lower tier of competition, so you can overcome them. This is the, hit my microphone there. This is the Party Astronauts, right? They are no slouch. They are a top 4 team, in my opinion, in ECL right now. Ancient is not their strongest map, though. That's where the vulnerability is, so that could be an opportunity for Wildcard to pick it up. Switching over to the Party Astronauts pick, we have Inferno. I think this one's going to be a good one for PA.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you.
Yeah,
Wildcard have tested their mettle versus the toughest competition in the region on this map, and they have yet to pass that test here. Unfortunately for them, just kind of really difficult on both sides of the half. They do struggle here, so it feels like for me, kind of what they're leaning into here is to really offer up some success out of the gates, and hopefully with some new adjustments, with some new changes in terms of the rosters, this can be a map that they're more comfortable with. Honestly, when I watched Fozy in Europe, I remember him being very strong with the AWP on this map, but that is going to require him to be kind of fielding some of that comfort, and obviously that's a big if.
Yeah, and I mean, we do have to say, if you're looking at the last 3 months for Wildcard, 0-6, they have no wins here at all. But again, we haven't seen Susp and Fozy, as you mentioned, kind of, or alluded to, on Inferno, and Fozy can be very strong there. It's just the ping issue becomes a concern on that map for them. So let's check out the rest of the veto and see what map number 3 is going to end up being. Anubis gone. All right. Next on the docket is going to be, what do we got banned? Come on, guys. There we go. All right. Dust 2 is gone, and Nuke is the decider. I think that's a great decider, honestly. Party Astronauts have had some classic encounters there. Honestly, most of the time it goes towards overtime or the full 24 rounds. So for me, if we get there, it's going to be great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing that close. Again, it's going to be, like, for me, a team that I'm paying really close attention to is Wildcard. Trying to see how they slot in two of these new players, and that's more of a test on your ability to op on this map, right? It's going to be a huge win condition for this team to have a comfortable opper that's in transition on a defense, and how quickly Wildcard is able to slot some of these new individuals in. So, as you said, especially going up against a team of PA's caliber, barring the asterisk of obviously the two Swedes, it's going to be a very good example of what they can do. And if, again, these Swedish players are able to keep up the resistance that they've been offering, even despite their internet ping issues, it's going to be so incredibly impressive.
Absolutely, and it looks like we're about to get ready to get into the action here. Party Astronauts players are joining up in the server. Wildcard already has everyone ready to go. Just got 2 more players, as you can see on your screen, that will hopefully be joining us shortly. But yeah,
what do you think of the new Wildcard logo here?
Oh, I heard it's a divisive logo, honestly,
Yeah.
and I like it, actually. I think it moves away from that, like, not stereotypical, but like the typical circle logo with
Circle with the W.
with a
It
W.
blows Circle W out of the water. I will say that much.
Absolutely. And I think, could it be more refined? Maybe they could have added a few more details and made this a little more high end, I would say, in terms of a logo. But I like it. I think it's clever. You got the Joker, basically, which is the wild card, and it's well thought out. You got the scar on the eye, which means
And
they're
it makes
battling.
the W?
Yeah, and it makes the W. Exactly. Like
They still held on to the roots of the W. They got rid of the circle, which, again, I think was a great move. I think the big divisiveness might come as a fact of the it's such a big change from the circle W.
Maybe, but I like it. I saw it right away. I was like, oh, yep, that's cool.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Makes sense. That makes way more sense to me than what it was before. And what I also like is every time I saw Wildcard's logo, and Elevate's logo next to each other, you're like, which one's which? And you can't immediately tell right away until you actually look at the logo more closely. And now you don't have that problem anymore because Elevate is on its own in that circle logo territory comparing the
Circle
two.
red logos.
Yeah, but Elevates is fine because it's a mountain, right? It's just a mountain
at least it's
top
not just a letter.
yeah, exactly. So for me, this is a great change for the logo. It's a good question. I'm glad you asked it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was talking with Fi about it last time we casted Wildcard. This was again a couple of nights ago in ECL, but I said I enjoyed it as well. I think it was the right direction. I'm glad they moved away from it. It feels a lot more of like a professional organization here.
Agreed. Like that would look cool on merch, for example.
Yeah.
I find like versus the W, which
And
wouldn't.
the jerseys look pretty cool as well. Like they already got the new jerseys.
That's
there set
awesome.
up. And,
yeah, I didn't notice that. That's cool.
I love
man.
the color scheme. Not too bad. PA's got a pretty cool logo as well. Of course, I got a T-shirt that I wear quite frequently.
Yeah, no. Got an interesting comment from production. Maybe Stanislaw can get a new TV if they win this. Yeah, his wall has the bracket for it. You just need the TV to mount onto it. Maybe it's there somewhere and it's just off screen, but that would be something that certainly would help him out if he wanted to make that purchase. Oh boy.
Maybe he's just all about having 0 distractions while he's gaming. You know?
Yeah, no TV.
A big TV with the Office on it is gonna take away from your gaming experience.
Oh my goodness. All right. Oh, I think we're just about ready. I saw all 10 players are now in the server, so we should be sending it live, I'd say, in a couple of minutes, guys. They're just getting ready with everything. And it looks like, we'll be starting in about a minute. We'll be jumping into the action. Personally, I think win condition for Wildcard is winning Ancient. If they don't get Ancient, this is probably going to be a 2-0 in favor of the Party Astronauts just because of how strong PA are in Inferno and the struggles Wildcard have had on the map previously.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's more so the strength here. I'm excited to see if they can kind of develop that map into their pool coming with these new players, right? I think that's a big deal for wildcard long term. And again, once they get them back into the US, I think they'll be much better put in place here. But yeah, I feel like that as well, right? I think wildcard need to start off with a lot of strength in this series. And again, this is another one of these maps here where I've seen individuals on Party Astronauts really take over. You know, you get 60 heated up on Ancient, and he gets rewarded for taking aggressive map control, and so does the rest of his team. They reap those rewards, and I've seen Party Astronauts win a lot of very difficult series through that.
Yeah, and I mean, they just played Nouns actually in Challenger League, lost that one 11-13, but it was still very close. And Nouns are a pretty strong Ancient team, so that's a tough series for them. Ended up beating Legacy, who we've had our eye on for some time as the Brazilian team coming into ECL and qualifying there. That was 13-8, also a good win, and beat the other Brazilian team, or not a Brazilian team
Yeah.
in Iholos Laser, 13-10, as they are also moving up to ECL this season. So there's some positives here for the Party Astronauts, and then you look at the previous 5 before that, and it's not so great. But actually, it's over 2 months ago that the matches they lost 4 out of 5 from, I think the month of May was just terrible for them on Ancient. But since that point, I think they're building up and they're gaining some confidence.
Yeah, and I think they should. Again, as I said, they have the right pieces to succeed on this map. It would make a lot of sense if they were very good. Just like I think it would make a lot of sense if Wildcard were good on Inferno, with the way that Stan likes to call things out, very patient, very slow. But sometimes you hit those dry spells, you hit those ruts. But we'll see. I mean, Party Astronauts, again, they've got a good opportunity, obviously, to start things off. We'll see if they can develop that. Not a lot of utility here invested on this this T side, though. I see a single flashbang, and the smoke already tossed in. So they're going to try to split this one on in. What I imagine would be in towards that A side with the little utility that they do have left.
Looks like Wildcard are sending 4 players right down the middle here on Ancient. The other one lurking around towards the B site. 3 players on B for PA, 1 towards A site, and 1 already into A main, but they're going to try and circle in towards B. This is pretty good for Wildcard so far in terms of damage, but they need the frags, and there they are! JBA, Sonic, and Fozy going to get 3 combined. No response at all for the Party Astronauts. Fang and Sixy on the outside looking in, and Sixy gets nada. Fozy, high ping or not, does the damage, and maybe that high ping's helping him out here. It just feels like Fang can't track him.
Yeah, I mean, some of these shots just not connecting right now
Yeah.
with the USBs. It was the same way with the chase down through CT spawn, but it could be Party Astronauts just slow to lift off. The early stages of this one stand to complete it. With a lovely headshot. And again, what felt like Party Astronauts in a nice little crossfire scenario. Cannot quite track those kills, and you can see once that first player falls and the collapse comes through, that round was going to be hard to recover there, and Party Astronauts get no favor in it.
All right, just the pistol round, though. A lot of Counter-Strike left to be played here, and for Wildcard to prove themselves, along with Fozy and Sus with the higher pings. Party Astronauts forcing up, though. There's the nade that comes through. Fozy down to 67, then backing off away from the Molotov into Cave. 3 players waiting again on this B site. Exactly the same setup for the Party Astronauts as the previous round. Wildcard are just kind of playing default right now. Might be going for a contact play B, and Sonic finds Fang taking a step too far out of the red room.
It's a lovely kickoff right there. Sonic just knocking some heads clean off on the anti-force spy. 60 trying to crunch in on them, make a little active move and contain some space, but he just can't stick around for too long on 24 HP. And Wildcard's so good at playing in these late rounds. See if they can convert here. Fozy will go down. It's a quick headshot there. 60 still managing to offer up a defense on this B bomb site despite his low HP, but yeah, that's a quick into that campaign, and execute into an empty bomb site is exactly what you need.
Yeah, and Party Astronauts, given they forced up in this round, are almost certainly just going to say, okay, well, that's it. Let's reset. Let's try again in the follow-up with the guns and armor that we have, especially considering that Wolfie, Infinite, and Ben have taken 0 damage, I would say. Oh, sorry, Ben's taken 5 HP of damage, but, I mean, armor-wise, he's got 100, so They're just going to post themselves up for exit frags. And this is going to be a second round in a row for Wildcard to kick off the map.
Lovely little start. Show some strengths here already. And as I said earlier, I feel like if you're operating here as a EU player coming to North America, Stanislaw might be the most comforting IGL to step into. You get very little of the like just full-on aggressive North American CS that we know and love with this team. That they're very patient, they're very careful, they love a late round execute, and that matches a lot more for what these players I imagine are more used to in the EU region. Although Fozzy's been to some, I think Fozzy's spent some time in Asia Counter-Strike, if I'm not mistaken, with his like previous team.
Wildcard setting themselves up in towards mid. Smoke going to get tossed here. They're going to be given mid control. Party Astronauts, as mentioned, they just saved over what they had in that previous round in terms of the buy-up. And I think upgraded as well amongst the players that did die, a couple of players. So they're okay to try and get some pistol action here. Even the SMG still available in Infinite's hands. If Wildcard go A, well, then there's perhaps a chance for the Party Astronauts to pull off something. If they go B, it's probably done, but we'll see. 6E is pretty solid with that P250 and any pistol in general. He's always a threat. We saw that in the previous round with the 5.7. Now he's going to peer his way around towards the A ramp, sees the Molotov sail in behind him, trying to go for the forward play, and he gets one. Oh, and actually gets back into cover. The flashbang will likely do him in, and it does. Sonic finds the immediate trade, and I mean, as mentioned, it was only 60 there. Now it will be a plant and likely, I want to say round victory, but Party Astronauts could force the issue here because they have a buy-up in the tank.
Yeah, would it be the worst idea here? 4v4 as well. I mean, with the bomb radius on Ancient, you also have the option of keeping them contained for as long as possible here. Ben Lead is going to slowly lurk his way through. Spotted out now. Attention going to be turned. It is going to be a tough route out of this round. As you can see, two players hit the deck instantly. And they're going to do a great job of keeping them contained. There's not a good option to route out of this other than CT spawn, which eventually they do track here. Stan and Sonic going to make it out, but that's an AK in the Macton saved, so... In terms of damage, I'd say mission accomplished. Galil recovered as well. So an extra weapon into the next and armor saved.
Infinite was really close to getting rid of that AK. Maybe it could have been recovered by Stanislaw afterwards, but this is pretty good work from the Party Astronauts with the pistols. A lot of damage done. Only 2 guns get carried over. I think there were 2 AKs brought into that, or certainly a Galil as well, and they couldn't carry that through. So damage done to the economy of Wildcard, but they're still looking pretty strong, especially considering Sonic and Stan have 5.6 and 6.3k, so they're fine. The Party Astronauts, though, are on their first, I want to say full buy-up, but Wolfie ends up picking up the Galil off the ground instead of investing into the AWP or a rifle of his own. I think he had the op, even if he doesn't buy util. Anyway, they want to go and see what this can do. And afterwards, well, the next round should be interesting. They can't do this one, and Suspect. Honestly, it doesn't feel like they're on high ping.
That's what I'm saying. It was pretty crazy. I was with you when you're dealing with tougher competition. I think the ping factor becomes much more of an issue, but as you said, sometimes it just doesn't look like it. And when your opponent is flashbanged up, it definitely doesn't feel like you got the time to take care of the kills. And a double entry on the B side. So it's handling the aggression thrown at him here from PA. What a double up here. Laps coming through. Stan a little bit caught snoozing. Might be the one that looks like he's a little bit more on the high ping. But that was probably just because he's looking at his mini-map, making sure the pieces are in the right place here for an A execute where there's only one to meet the resistance.
Infinite is that one. Smoke's coming in. Execute is on. Infinite could get one here. No! Denied. JBA hits the insta headshot. Fang manages to find the lurk over on the B site, but I mean, A site's been taken. It's now a 2v3 retake that's on the cards for the party astronauts. Wild card. Just posting up. I mean, they're not taking fights, and they shouldn't, right? Because they've got the advantage here. One in A main, one in donut, one behind big box. Ben, just gonna flash it. No, that flash did not go where he wanted it to. Maybe it was for donut. I'm not sure, but either way, they're just gonna fall off. They didn't find the space, weren't given the fights, and the party astronauts lose another one, 4-0 in favor of Wildcard.
Nice little legs there for Fang. If he can make his way out of this round, wisely doesn't over-aggress here. That will be a duel handed to Sonic. Hopper not going to turn the corner. Instead, let his rifler do the heavy lifting in the closing stages of that. So one less weapon to be saved here. And again, Susp doing a great job of handling this aggression on the B side in terms of both avenues. Able to take down those kills as well, which is very difficult. The op does come out though from Wolfie, as you said. You know, didn't have it in that first gun round, but has enough money to invest into it now.
Great flashbang thrown, but it was actually effective on both sides. Infinite overcomes it somehow and gets the headshot onto Sonic. 5v4 in favor of PA, and they have that all-important mid control. This is the first time it feels like they've had any control so far on this map. Susp tries to take a fight there. He might get overloaded. No, gets one before he falls, so at least he keeps it close, but the man advantage retained for the party astronauts. In the meantime, A site is kind of empty if Wildcard choose to go there. Infinite is just hanging around mid, throws that smoke, so Wildcard have to wait a little bit longer if this ends up being the direction they want to go. No, they just flash out, and Infinite is forced back momentarily. Now he peeks the corner, and JBA says nope to 2 players. Infinite and Fang deleted, and that's how you get yourself a man advantage right on back.
Oh man, JBA just taking initiative right there. That's a firepower we know he can deliver. Wolfie, fortunately for him, posted on the right line. Oh, but reconsidering for a split second there. Hesitation can kill in moments like these, though. He's got to be prepared for what's around that corner. Will they give him the duel? Utility mollies go in. Multiple of them, so it's a back of default. Easy pickings on the first. Reassembling on the angle, though, with the instant trade. Fozy replies, and it's going to be a bomb plant. JP8 and the Opera here put into a post. Whoa. No way he's making this play. That's insane. Maybe he is getting used to that NA style here as the op waits out the smoke. 6E right behind it. They're going to trade places. Oh my god! He adjusts over, lands a no-scope, closes out the round. Yeah, I mean, again, I said maybe Stan was going to have to get them accustomed to the style. He's fully aware. He's fully cognizant.
I need to see that one again. Hopefully get it on the replay here. That was a wicked no-scope coming through onto 6E. That's a great fight that he wins against Wolfie. And then afterwards, yep, there it is. 6E creeping back, doesn't realize that Fozy's there. And quick 2K for him. The ping is irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. I don't know how, but it is. 5-0 in favor of Wildcard. The party astronauts. 2 MP9s, the CZ, and a couple of 5.7s. It's a half buy coming through. All players have body armor, so, I mean, you don't want to count them out of this round because a pistol frag needs an upgrade to a rifle, potentially, and then you have yourselves a round on your hand, but, yeah, not too promising of a start for PA, and especially if Susp and Fozy look discomfortable, I think Wildcard might have an edge.
I'm absolutely with you. Having themselves a lot of success, as you said. It doesn't look like it is a factor.
Is it
whatsoever
confirmed
in
they're
the
on high
server.
ping, by the way?
Yeah, yeah. Ches said 104 and 102 ping.
What on earth? Like, it is hard to play CS2 on high ping. On
I
60
said-
ping, I mean.
I said, you know, even if they're playing against lower competition, you should not be able to be doing this well, and they still are, which is blowing my mind here. I mean, obviously, still very early in the game, but this has been actually happening quite a bit in ECL as well. And no matter what competition you're going up against, if it's ECL caliber, they can shoot back.
Oh, yeah. No question. Well, here, JPA's gonna get one. Fang is shooting back, but there's the Molotov burning him to an itty-bitty crisp, and Sus before that takes down Ben. So the pistol's not able to do much of anything here, although Stan is low and Sus but 54 HP, so maybe Wolfie swings and gets something done here. The thing is, Wildcard are playing very patiently, and they're waiting for the peaks to come through. I think they just saw the shadow. Indeed, Bozy knows. Bozy hits. Bozy ends the round. 6-0 for Wildcard.
Excellent execute. I mean, partially, I think what we're going to look at also is a level of success coming through from the calls here on the side of Stan. Right now, his job made easier because everyone doing so well at finding these pullbacks. Even when things go wrong, it feels like there's a player to respond. And Susp on the B side has been tasked with kind of being prepared for the levels of aggression that Party Astronauts are throwing at him, and every time he's been challenged, he has passed the test at least for a kill, and sometimes even more than that. So that's always going to be an asset as well. It makes the game very hard to read on the CT side.
Absolutely. And also, let's not forget, Cole, Wildcard are one of the open qualifying teams, right? They're not a team that was invited to this. They had to fight their way through the open qualifiers yesterday to get to this point. Not to say that they're a bad team. Not at all, because they're in ECL. They're already 6-0 on the season. But still, like, you have to consider that they've already had to play a lot of Counter-Strike just to get to this point.
Tough hours as well.
Yeah.
Early in the morning here in Sweden, but it's absolutely electric and full of energy here for Sus as he finds another pick. Now Wolfie's able to slow things down just a tad as the pace change does not come up in Wildcard's favor. At least initially, with a man advantage, a rare one here for Party Astronauts. Last time it was JBA that pulled this thing back, but this time they don't have that luxury of him in the server, so gonna need to find someone else to pick up the mantle here if you want Wildcard to continue success here. Maybe it can be Sonic. He's gonna be potentially next at bat.
No, honestly, it's been a pretty even contribution pretty much from everyone on the Wildcard side, hovering within, what is it, like 1 or 2 frags of each other? Yeah, except for Stanislaw, who oftentimes doesn't really need to frag out with this much firepower available to him on his squad. It's kind of like a similar story to Nitro on NRG previously.
Exactly.
Stan's going to go in here, and I think they're picking the right site because Wolfie's tucked in towards cave. That Molotov could isolate him. Oh, what a shot it does, and it was thrown further back, and Stanislaw is gone. That's a razor-sharp shot. Comes from Wolfie, who peeks around, drops Sonic. It's all up to Fozy in a 1v4 with the op and 12 HP. I do not like his chances. 20 seconds left. I think saving, well, I mean, they've got the money, but saving might be a good idea to keep the op out of the hands of Party Astronauts, maybe?
It's the best idea. The issue is this is kind of a hard place to save, but I don't think he's should stick out much further. I mean, he's gonna go for the door. Oh my god!
What?
How?
What?
How? Actually, how is he doing that?
I mean, it's like, it's not just the fact that, okay, hit a flick, but with 100 ping to hit that shot. That's the impressive part, right?
I don't know how he's doing that. That's mental. That's absolutely crazy. You know, that dude, what a shot.
Alrighty. Well, Party Astronauts won the round, though. That's the important part for them. They broke the goose egg. They do lose a body on the end of it, but it's not really that important. They still will have a full-on buy after 4 A1Ss and the op. At least I say it's not important for this round. If they lose again here and the round victory is isolated, then it becomes an issue that they lost an additional body and had to invest further. Susp is holding forward here towards top mid, watching with the AK. And now he backs into lane. Nade comes out and does a lot of damage to him. Ben none the wiser, because he didn't see him. It just popped the smoke. He's going to re-smoke it. Now 60 comes down from ramp, gets Susp. So we have a 5v4 in favor of PA for the second consecutive round. But I think Wildcard have a player that may slip through into the red room. If he clears left immediately, that's Sonic, then Fang will have a fight on his hands and a tough one.
Sonic keeping his attention split between a donut flank, though, as well. Offing was just wild. And finally, Fang able to step out for the kill. Benley to finish the job as well. And this time it is clean. As you mentioned, not going to be the biggest of deals there with an extra kill and impressive shot. 60 finally getting away with some of this CT side aggression down B is a really positive sign for Party Astronauts. I feel like that's been something that's been going wrong or for quite some time here in this game. It's been getting punished on B-side proactivity. So finally being able to claim some space, win some opening duels because of it is a huge relief.
Wildcard decide they're going to force up regardless, and it's not that bad of a force up. In fact, Sus gets the opener onto Ben. Now it's even better because JBA can rotate around here into Cave and get an upgrade for himself. Sus grabs the AK. Puts the gun on the ground for maybe JBA to rotate around and get it. He's pretty far away right now over in A main, though. That would be a very difficult trek for him to take, unless the final destination is B, which I don't know if I'd necessarily mind, but they've gained all that space into A main, and that's going to be where they head. They've got the Party Astronauts leaning in the other direction as well.
Again, 60 gets away with it, but barely. Holding on with a sliver of HP. And Stan catches the op vision right there. Once you spot Wolfie, you get a whole lot more confident that this A side is clear. Angle held. And there you go, Fozy just missed his opportunity to cut off Wolfie from getting in towards a more comfortable position, but it's still very uncomfortable here for the CTs. Outside looking in on this round. Post plants continue to be pressed upon here. JBA covering off Temple with only a sidearm flash. And again, and that's a nasty headshot right there. A 1-2 punch there, flashbang into the wide swing as JBA forced off the line, but it doesn't matter. His teammates in the meantime able to fire away. And Wildcard again able to respond off the back of Susp's opening duels. Success on the B side. They absolutely manipulate that defense. They find an empty bomb site, and the post plants have been pristine.
Wow, what a shot from JBA, honestly. I was saying, maybe go get that rifle, but he doesn't need it. The Deagle is more than enough. He even swung around to try and get a second shot. Didn't connect on that, but wow. Great work from Wildcard. So it's only 2 rounds for the Party Astronauts before Wildcard shut them down again and find a 7th. Oh, goodness. I love those Deagle shots. CS2 are even more satisfying, I find. 10th round of play. 4 A1Ss and the op for the Party Astronauts, so still plenty of cash available to them here because of how clean the round prior was. Not the round prior, the 2 rounds ago when they got all 5 left standing. Party Astronauts, Infinite, you're caught, and Wolfie, he TKs him. He does manage to get one onto Sus, but there's the jumping A1S, okay, from JBA. Everything is going his way. Fang and Sixy, last 2 standing, and now it's just Sixy who swings and just gets it through the smoke. He had 0 visibility on Stan. Fozy and JBA are still up and running at full health. They're going to get this bomb planted, and Sixy is going to try and play the mind games here, rotating around into Red Room, and now heading to Donut. It looks like JBA is holding the right spot. He comes around, and Sixy will be done. 8-2 for Wildcard.
He's beat him to the punch right there, as has Wildcard. And that just feels like a big collapse in the communication. I don't know what went wrong there at the initial gambit, right?
Yeah.
When you have this very awkward early A setup, but then there's hesitation, and then there's a team kill on accident. But it's a frustrating start to a round.
I honestly don't know what was going on there, because Infinite was turned around, looked like he was stuck, or didn't know Wolfie was right behind him.
Is it a flashbang that he was worried about? Or maybe
I'm not sure.
Bizarre start there. They've really tried to get away with holding onto the utility on the A side, but the amount of early proactivity that has been taken by Wildcard, they always have some presence on the side of the map, has made the job very difficult. Never can hold on to that utility for too long, otherwise you'll get rushed in. And Sonic's got just devastating positioning here. It's a side turn, the gap in the defense exploited once more. Infinite, the anchor on this A side is down, and there's just a really tough chance to recover. Smokes, flashes being lined up there. They're crossing all the T's right now. They just can't get into this retake.
Ben is trying to swing around from Catacombs, and he doesn't! Oh my goodness, so close to getting a frag, but JBA is right there to shut him down right before he does, and Sonic finds the follow-up onto Sixy, so Wolfie and Fang are on a mission to save. Wow. Wildcard are just so decisive in their takes, and they're not losing that many fights.
Not at all. They're finding little holes to punch into the defense as well. I mean, Sonic just catches a side turned. It felt like, again, there was a bit of a gap in the communication there. A lack of understanding of where the T side could be. And it's just going to continue to keep playing. So to chase down the final 2 kills, man. This guy's going absolutely crazy. The fact that you can do it with an op is always really impressive, but I actually think it might be just a tad bit easier on hyping. It's still very difficult, but you can, you know, position yourself way later. Suspa's been, you know, landing really tough spray downs and managing to make it look easy. And this is a real masterclass coming through from the man himself right here, as this T side has been dominant.
And everyone contributing, right? Which I said earlier, but it continues to be the case. And it's good that you highlighted Sus, because yeah, that wasn't necessarily the easiest to play, especially swinging around that corner, but makes it look good. Now, well, Fang will get the headshot, but it costs him his life as he steps too far into the Molotov. Fozy down to 42. Ben could get one here, and he does. Sonic dropped Fozy. Gonna try to peek around the corner. Ben almost catches his shoulder, but both players miss. And in the meantime, 60 trying to support. Doesn't realize that Stanislaus holding the angle. 3v3. Only one rifle up and running right now for the Party Astronauts. The other 2 are SMGs. They got a lot of map control. They've pushed Wolfie all the way through A main, so they know the hit is likely coming to B. But Wildcard are wisely waiting here to see if PA is going to try and gain the advantage towards mid and take their heads off before they even have a chance to blink.
Spring up into the action there from Infinite, trying to get the jumping get P9 kills and creating a big distraction. He's still kicking as well. Now this flank is going to activate. That little smoke just should secure another. Unless Wolfie can't quite track it, Infinite eventually finds it, but still opping so well. And in a clutch, an underhand flash, and he chases it down. It absolutely knocks down the Tech 9 headshot. Oh my god, the icing on the cake is the 12th round. And they managed to close out at double digits here. It's 10 for Wildcard.
What on earth is happening here? Look, I mean, Party Astronauts played that pretty darn well. That smoke, like you said, was a great distraction, but the fight there, Wolfie should win that. Oh, that's dirty. And at the end, Fozy, high ping. Again, I don't even want to talk about the ping anymore because of how...
It's not a factor.
Yeah, it's not a factor at all. It hasn't had an impact in any way for Wildcard. 10-2 over the Party Astronauts on their map pick. And I mean, they need 3 more rounds, and this one's done and dusted, and we're heading over to map number 2 already. But Party Astronauts on their T side, let's see what they can do.
I mean, it's going to be really tough to pull this one back. Again, you got to try and start off with this pistol. I'm just still in shock that this is going so well for Wildcards, and how some of these kills are taking place, because it is sharp as can be. An instant headshot as the Swedes look to lock down the ramp. One of them will go down though. Sus taken out with dual Berettas, and gonna be a retake here that they have to play through.
Yeah, Party Astronauts at least securing a bomb plant and the money along with it. And of course they want the round. It's still a 4v4, well within reach. All 4 players charging up for Wildcard. I like the idea here, and it works out for them beautifully. They've got 2. Infinite trying to strike back, but he only gets 1. And Fang is now in a 1v3 clutch attempt. He does manage to get the first onto Fozy. I think they're just going to double swing him. They are! It's the right play again! Sonic gets the dually headshot, and Wildcard on to 11.
Just looks so clean on the retake. Every piece of the puzzle is coordinated. Just full trust in the teammate behind them there. You can even see some of them just jumping around the corner, knowing that their teammates are going to land the headshot. And that sort of faith will go a long way. They lose early control of this bomb site, and it looks good for PA. It looks like they got themselves established into some solid positions, especially when everyone's coming through, you know, that CT side, through long and short. That's a very difficult retake to make happen. You don't have a kit, you don't have a smoke. And it doesn't matter. Wildcard's still fighting their way through.
Man, oh man. Well, if the Party Astronauts thought they had an advantage because of the ping, that's quickly disappeared from their minds. 11 rounds found for Wildcard, and Party Astronauts are going for the force buy. I mean, yeah, why not? They got the bomb plant. Stan, pushing through the smoke, thinking about popping around this corner. Is the timing good? Yeah, it is! I thought he was going to get caught. He gets 1, Sonic finding 2. 5v2 already. Susp waiting on that P site. Almost sprays down Wolfie, who survives with 29 HP. And that will yield a bomb plant for the party astronauts, but they need way more than that. That is not enough. They forced up into this round. Stanislaw at the back of ramp sees the shadow, gets the frag. Wolfie the last one, and he'll only get Sonic before he is immediately traded. 12-2 for wildcard.
It's just fantastic right there. The setup early on, I'm with you. I thought Stan was dead to rights. I thought they were waiting for that sort of move, and then Stan times it to perfection. It's going to be 10 opportunities to close out this map, and close it out in style as well. I mean, my God. What a perfect game plan. As you said, the kill distribution between everyone is as even as can be. Stan maybe trailing a little bit, but has made up for it tenfold with the calling. And with the early game plan, you know he's been putting in some work and preparation here.
No,
I have noticed that that Susp has been playing that spot on B almost every time, just hoping for backstone when he holds some angles. And maybe that's him playing to his ping, just trying to, figure out what has worked, but this time he's down early.
Yeah. Wolfie getting the boost, and then the follow-up as well onto Sonic, so finally something for the party astronauts to build around. A 5v3 in their favor. Wildcard don't have that much money either, so they'll have to be careful, and Fang lurking around towards the A site, sprays down JBA. Fozy and Stanislaw are on a mission to save it. Fang spotted out, but wow, I can't believe Fang wins that duel. I guess there is where the ping comes into play. Finally, for the first time, I would say the entire map, we're seeing an advantage there for Fang in that situation. Stanislaw, last one.
Yeah, a little too late for said advantage, I fear. He's already established himself such a lead. Now, this is a good little stop in the momentum. This party astronauts will be able to play out for a little while longer. But,
that's nice here.
Yeah, just Wolfie not needing the op. Usually that's where you'd have him with that AWP scoped in. But the Galil does nicely. Nothing saved. So, yeah, I think there's some double eco territory, and this force spy makes a lot of sense. You got ample room to work with.
Yeah, I mean, you got a 9-round lead here. One of these rounds goes your way, and you're done. Definitely worth the risk here on the force spy, especially considering Fozy can afford the A1S. Sonic turns his back playing anti-flash, and Fang capitalizes on that with an insta-headshot. Wolfie finding Fozy. Susp gets some nice headshots, but that's not going to be enough either. Only one frag for wildcard in the round, with only JBA left standing, trying to sneak up lane.
See if we can do any exit damage. Be a hero here. Although, again, it's party astronauts playing super careful. And the 4v1 and JBA playing a lot more forward than you might think in the 4v1. Going for a little sneaky defuse here if they all leave the side early, because he has found himself in a weird position. Surely they don't go too far on the hunt. And then, dead. 10-second defuse is still ahead of him, though, is the issue. No chance for any trickery here. It's just going to be exit games here. Every kill's an extra 600, though. He's going for more. He's really looking to put a hurting on him. And he will just continue to find another kill rolling on in. Fang around the corner, terrified. Finally able to put him to rest here as he goes down with a serious fight. Bomb? Oh,
yep,
he
I was
does
gonna
it.
say.
Wow.
Yeah.
He goes down as well. JBA takes care of all four.
That is absolutely phenomenal work by JBA. If he has the kit, I'm convinced he wins that round. I mean, the 10-second defusal is the only reason why he decides to go for the hunt instead. Unreal stuff here coming through from the star player on wildcard, JBA. He's jumped a little bit ahead of the rest of his teammates at 15 frags. And I mean, the only thing that kind of sucks here for wildcard is that was a force buy, so they're on it this time. So all of those gains in terms of damage to the economy against party astronauts might not really matter, at least not in this round.
Yeah, you're exactly right there. This is where you kind of stabilize things. It's not like you're fearful of getting reset. If you lose a round, it's over. So
Unless was gonna say, maybe Susp
Imagine.
has something magical. I mean, if it did happen, I don't know if I'd necessarily be surprised with the way Wildcard is playing. 12-5 in favor of Wildcard. Party Astronauts have a couple in a row. Obviously need to win every single remaining round to keep us on this map. What does Wildcard do here? They're going to have a good buy up for themselves. Utility might be a little light for Fozy, Sonic, and JBA. It's not too shabby. Stan settling for the FAMAS, but again, I don't think that's really a concern. This is not the one who's going to be fragging. Not the plan. Stan getting mollied away here back in the cave. Got support by his side. And Wildcard not getting too aggressive towards mid, but they do have a player playing Cubby, and I mean, maybe I shouldn't have said anything, because Stan's the one who opens the fragging. Fang gets the trade onto JBA, so we have a 4v4 on our hands. Space gained into mid. Wildcard still have a player at Donut. In fact, 2 players at Donut. They really don't want to give away this positioning for free.
So I'm trying to play in that off angle here. We'll see if Fang's prepared for it. Instantly clotheslines.
No.
Finds himself another Bentley. Unavailable for the trade. Stan doing such a good job of still containing the space in cave as well, so there really isn't any map control going here for the T side whatsoever. Infinite and Wolfie, they've really got a tough task on their hands to try and save this one. They've got to do it from pretty much 0 as well. The boost just to throw the aim off, so let's add another one to the tally. And this one could just be curtains here. Infinite spotted out, chased down as well, getting hunted from all angles. They're not overextending though. Infinite's the one that's got to make the first move here, and they're just not letting him get away with anything. Maybe a kill or 2 here on the way out, but he doesn't have bomb.
There's no time. He's so far from bomb. 20 seconds left on the clock. This one's over. Wildcard have won it. Calling it already. 13-5 in their favor as the final frag does indeed come through there. Wow. I mean, look, Party Astronauts on the tail end there, Cole, had a bit of life, but it was far too little, far too late.
Yeah, and part of that life was a full USP eco and a full force buy anti-force buy. So I mean, you really didn't have much to go off of right there. I can't believe it went this well for Wildcards. I watched them play in ECL versus some of the emerging talent in ECL. Some of the, again, as we said, lesser competition, and I thought that wasn't going to be the case. I thought that ping was going to have to be a problem here today. It's just not for Wildcard, and that sort of resiliency here from these Swedish players that are in a tough spot, it's just super impressive.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I can't wait to see them in NA. Maybe they don't need to be here though.
That's
Like
what we
maybe
were
they should
saying.
stay in Sweden. Like guys, you're fine. Like you're absolutely crushing it. You don't need to come to North America. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, we want to have them in North America to have the ideal ping, but it hasn't hindered them at all up to this point. They've looked phenomenal for the squad, and everyone looked great on Wildcard in that. And Stan, maybe not in terms of fragging, but in terms of IGLing, once more, I love the way he calls this game. It's perfect in some cases, and it was oftentimes there on Ancient. So let's, I think we should have stats available, guys, in just a little bit. We'll be pulling those up as soon as we have them. We'll talk about the stats a little bit more, but next map. Oh, we do have them. Great.
Dang.
All right, Fang. You saw there top the scoreboard with 15. You can see the PrizePicks estimated frag totals for the first 2 maps coming up there. So I would say if you're looking at purely at the numbers here, Fang and Sixy, along with Wolfie, are the closest. But Fang I think he remains my highlighted player, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely the case. I played, good enough. I feel like, but again, it's one of those situations. You get so little rounds here on Party Astronauts that I feel like looking at the scoreboard, looking at the kills, it feels more of a systems thing. It feels like more of a breakdown in terms of the full team, and for that it has to feel a little bit frustrating, especially if you're a player like Infinite who found yourself in a lot of tricky situations to start off. For me at least, on that A side, they were getting away with a lot. So again, that was going to be Wildcard's map pick, and as you can see on the other things, I mean, it's such an even spread.
Yeah.
2 kills the difference in between JBA at the top there and Sus at the bottom of 13. And as we said, Stan doing just such a good job of calling up a storm that it felt like his at least lack of kills did not matter at all.
No, I've really appreciated Stan's level of calling, not only here today on this first map, but over the last few months. That's been
Yeah.
the one highlight for me watching wildcard games, seeing how his mind works and how he's calling the game is quite impressive. It's a joy. So anyway, that's gonna wrap up the first map of play here, guys. We'll be back in just a little bit with map number 2 to see if the party astronauts can get back into this one. we're back here with the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 1, and Party Astronauts and Wildcard have been going at it. Already map number 1 is over. Wildcard absolutely dominant on that one, and I mean, let's take a look at the veto here again as we head into map number 2. It is going to be Inferno, and we already talked about how much this heavily favors the Party Astronauts, but now I'm not so sure, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Wildcard coming into this matchup with a whole lot of momentum. That's going to be to their benefit. They also come into this map with a lot of challenges, and at least the past here, in terms of this core, really struggling on this map. It hasn't been super kind to them. But again, you know, when you play M80 in the scene, you do take some losses, and that usually has been on Inferno here for this this Wildcard roster. So definitely challenging some of the better competition in the region. That's partially why this this win rate looks so rough. But as you had mentioned as well in the pregame, this is also a bit of a different look team here. Maybe there's some more comfortable pieces. Sus was a real asset on that last map when it comes to the comfortability of that T side. He knew his roles very well. He was super understanding on that T side of what he needed to do to succeed and find a couple of opening duels with little resources. So maybe that can be something that could be used here in terms of Stanislaus' favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I think that Stanislaw is still fairly comfortable on a map like Inferno. I doubt that he's going to have any issues calling here. It's just a matter of, you know, can they break that losing streak? 6 in a row that have fallen by the wayside for Wildcard. Yes, Susp and Fozy are here. The ping doesn't seem to be bothering them at all. Like, last map was phenomenal for them. If all the pieces fall into place here for Wildcard, I feel like a victory on Inferno is much more believable as a possibility now this time than it was before we started this series.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is something that Fi and I were saying on ECL the other night when we were watching them, especially when you talk about this roster actually having their players in the North American region. It feels like this could be another one of those teams that's going to be competing consistently for like international competition. I think that Wildcard are going to introduce themselves into that mix long term, and that's what I'm so excited for here. I think, you know, in terms of like raising the ceiling, these 2 new pickups are definitely a great idea. It seems like they're really willing to invest into this opportunity.
Definitely. All right. All that being said, guys, we are about to get underway with the pistol round here on Inferno. Party Astronauts, I believe, are going to be starting on CT side. Wildcard on, other way around. Wildcard CT side, Party Astronauts T side. That makes more sense because, of course, this was Party Astronauts map pick, giving Wildcard the pick of sides, and almost always teams will pick CT side first on Inferno. And that is, yeah, we're underway here. It looks like they're in the pistol round, buying up and getting ready.
Well, that's good news there. Looking forward to seeing if Wildcard can finally overcome some of their woes on this map. I think this we said going up against PA, that would be the bigger test here if they could pass it. Well, I think this is one of the ultimate tests. It's a difficult map they need to overcome prior challenges. As they chase it down towards the middle, they'll kick it off as fast as humanly possible. A Molotov gets sent out here to try and overwhelm them and stop this aggression. But now they've used some of that important utility, and they're still struggling to get past this hurdle here. They, in fact, lose the bomb, and while 60 has gained some ground on this B bomb site, he's missing a crucial bit of a package right there. And it's going to be really challenging to save this one. He won't have a chance. Wildcard, they kick it off well.
Wow, just fantastic aggression coming through from Wildcard. JBA in particular ends up with the 3-piece, and he's one that, yes, you know, was hovering around the rest of the pack on the previous map, but usually he's coming out and making ridiculous plays and racking up the frags. And I have a feeling, I've seen him a lot in Inferno, this is a map he feels comfortable on. We might get that here, and of course it would certainly help Wildcard's chances of coming out with victory against the Party Astronauts. Alright, so PA not going to force up. They didn't get the bomb plant, they got a deagle and a flashbang. That's it. The only investments they've made into this round. All 5 players kind of hovering around the outside of Banana. Util is sailing forward for Wildcard. There's the flashbangs and the nade. Spam comes through. Sus and Sonic get 2 despite being flashed. One of them with the Molotov, and then Sonic racks up the 3rd frag. It is all Wildcard here on the anti-eco, as of course you would expect, with just clocks coming the other way.
Yes. Systematic shutdown between the duo. Sus and Sonic locked in. And it's a lot of kills coming through from the MP9, which is always very valuable. 3 kills rolling through. Quick work. up against the Glocks, and now a bonus for our first gun round. 3 MP9 still held on to. Wildcard so far, I mean, obviously Pistol has gone through in the following anti-eco, but they haven't let him get any map control. See if that remains true. If they try and close the distance here, great flash to start it off, and Sus immediately looking to get in their face.
Oh, spray. No, nothing. Sus connects on a bang with the headshot from the MP9 and jumps over the smoke. Almost finishes off Wolfie. I think Wolfie's dead. He is. The spam connects. Sonic finds another one. Look at this jumping MP9. You know, one thing I've noticed, you talked about in the previous map how they were trying to attempt it. It's pretty darn accurate when you hit that apex of your jump. And I mean, technically every gun is, but the MP9 in particular with that rate of fire is so scary.
And, you know, when you have high ping, sometimes it's best to just stay moving.
Yeah,
Stay
no kidding.
swinging
I
right
would
there.
say that advice applies to CS2 in general. Stay moving.
Yeah,
Because
actually.
honestly, yeah, and especially with high ping though.
Right. You know, you're exactly right. CS2, it's the king of the swing here, and Sus remains the king. Continue to hold down. And a flash comes through as well. Continues to fight forward. This time, though, it's going to be Benleet to punish. They're calling it another rotate here, and I think this is a wise little bit of distraction. So now it's opened up avenues. Party Astronauts are quick to close out on that. It's a brutal smoke, though. Perfectly timed. 20 seconds left. That's going to cut it until the end of the round, really.
And Wildcard still have another smoke. Molotov as well, but JVA's gone. 60 finds the trade on Stan. They could have time to get into this bomb site now. Those are some great frags that come through from 60 and Ben. Fozy and Sonic now the last two standing, and the Party Astronauts looking to get on the board a lot earlier than it did in the previous map. I think it was 6-0 before they got around on that previous one. Maybe even more than that. Either way, 60 holding here, and Pity's the last one, and he swings to get Sonic, winning the duel and the round. There we go. Party Astronauts cracked the goose egg. It looked so great for Wildcard at the beginning, too.
5v3 that they would have really loved to convert on. But a bit of a missed opportunity right there. Some very effective trading. And as I said, JBA inside that pit, I felt like it was a great smoke initially. In hindsight, it ends up costing him not having the extinguish of the Molotov. And, you know, let's credit the Party Astronauts for having that late utility, being able to afford it in towards JBA's location. Well done, Ozzy. Again, looking to swing as much as humanly possible. I mean, how? How's he done that?
See,
How's he done that?
that's where you have 100 ping. You're like, oh, he's behind the wall. It doesn't matter. Just shoot. And you get it. Well, that's because
That
on
wasn't
his
even a
screen you
wall
see-
bang.
It wasn't. It wasn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, it was still
Yeah.
on his screen, technically, even though he was already behind the wall.
Wow. Yeah, you're exactly right there.
That's,
It went by his accord right there. It's his vision.
exactly.
I'm sure that's miserable for Wolfie.
Oh, absolutely. It never feels good.
He thought he was safe and sound.
And then you get rubber banded back into the open as you die.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy.
Retake utility towards Banana again. They are always pressing the issue. You're never really relenting. Constant aggression. But again, it's handled. They get taken down eventually. They still have a bit of an HP advantage, but Sandoval United handle business with. He still steps out for a cheeky pick before falling back inside the smoke, giving a man advantage. But on those post plants here, it can be deadly. JBA going to be activating a little bit late. Struggles abound here. 60 going to be making a proactive move here. Trying to clear coffins, getting more space.
Oh man, Infinite's in a perfect spot, honestly. And he gets nothing! Stan, with the MP9, wins the fight against the rifle. Now it's all up to 60. Gets the first, flicks around a banana, not the second. JVA, the hero for his team, with the final frag. And Wildcard are right back to their winning ways. 3-1, isolate the round victory for the Party Astronauts, who, I mean, still, they got the bomb plant. Their economy is okay, but I'd be surprised if they forced up here. That shot just...
He was behind the wall, but
yeah, he was.
like you said on that 100 ping there, you got a bit of
I'm
a
sorry.
delay.
He was already behind the wall. That's crazy.
I want to go back into the demo and like see it from his perspective.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess Wolfie, he's no stranger to having to play in that situation, so
No, yeah, definitely.
he might be one of the few that knows the feeling on both ends. JBA playing this aggressive on a pistol round has managed to avoid the aggression, but I mean, with a silent boost, he could. Yeah, I mean, that's an AK given over as well to a man like 60, who started off this very well so far, but a great flashbang. That is incredibly placed. It's Sonic going to knock it down off the back of its utility. And off the back of the wall again from Susp. So, again, it's map control taking it. The AK taken away.
Yeah, that's a good shot. I think Wolfie's going to pick it up immediately afterwards, and Rosie could be at risk of dying here. Ben and Wolfie pushing it against him, but Stanislav's there to support and says, don't worry, I got you. 2K for him. Nothing doing on the Party Astronauts.
Okay.
Eco, yeah, there's the op recovered. We're okay. We're okay.
I think there's a little communication breakdown. You appreciate Posey tossing the AK down for his teammate, but I was like, maybe he loses the op for that, but no, Stan gets it in time. All good.
Yeah, we're in business. Or at least Wildcard is. Party Astronauts, not so much. They need to get back to their winning ways quickly here on Inferno, lest we see another very one-sided map here in favor of Wildcard. Posey, not going to be the one at mid first. It's JBA who tosses the nade immediately. And actually, they're playing a little bit differently in terms of their setup. Now Posey readjusts himself, and he will continue holding this angle. I thought that Molotov almost was going to hit the teammate. Oh, Posey peeks out again. Why not? Another op frag for him to open things up. JBA waiting on the site, staring down at that smoke, and he gets nothing at all. Infinite traded out by Posey, who's staring down with the AWP, looking for a third, but won't find that. 3v3, and the site's been taken by PA.
It's brilliant right there. Catching JBA off. A huge lifeline granted to this T side. Fosi just continued to strike with his AWP. Fang's got an interesting position. It feels like a round-winning one. It depends on if he's slowing the uptick. That Molotov is just going to nullify this attempt, though. 60 does get taken down.
Oh, no.
Again, that kill from Fang eventually comes through. Wolfie boxed in right now. Will he be able to find much out of this position? He does strike eventually, but misses the spray.
That's a bad spray.
And it could be stuck right now. The HE goes awry. I thought it was over. I thought that Party Astronauts were going to be able to play off of it, but it's just more frustration compounding here for Wildcard that just amplify it, and they have to really be feeling that one.
Yeah, Ben just telling his teammates, it's all good, guys. We'll get it back. But that one was tough. Honestly, that's a tough pill to swallow. Wolfie just whiffing the spray. I think just his crosshair not in the right place, and kind of unfortunate for him in that circumstance when it would have been a critical round to come out with. And after he falls, his teammate is just kind of left by his lonesome, and it's very difficult to recover. Nothing happens. The bomb's defused. Wildcard get a fifth, and looking at the money now for the Party Astronauts, it's kind of fizzled away. Infinite does afford a Galil. Look at the nades sailing through, but there are 4 people here. What is this free from Wildcard? And now they're charging in. There is one frag, but the nade connects from Fozy onto Ben. Wolfie is trying to retreat here and get back and readjust himself, but they can't pick up that dropped rifle. There's no chance. Sonic waiting around the corner, and there's one available now for Wolfie. He picks it up, continues to charge forward, and all of a sudden, look, this is not a foregone conclusion for Wildcard, because Fozy's down to 16 HP, and he's the only one in the vicinity of the B site. This is a smart play from PA just to continue applying the pressure here on the B site.
This would be a huge opportunity to get back here. As I said, frustration being felt here on the Party Astronaut side, but with a read as perfect as that, Wildcard getting caught with some small micro mistakes, a bit of overextension from Sonic.
Yeah.
And it could be a chance at sweet revenge. Obviously still a little bit tricky though. Low HP for Wolfie. Gonna place their faith in Infinite, trying to take a forward angle, trying to turn the odds back in his favor here. And time slowly ticking away. Finally gets the Molotov up at the worst possible moment. They just collapse in on him. JBA just lines him up. Ample time for a defuse here, so a little bit frustrating. You'll give it over to Fozy, who does have the kill.
Yeah, and again, looking at the spread here in terms of frags, so very even on Wildcard. Even Stanislav is within 2 of the rest of his team. He's actually leading the scoreboard. So
There you go.
that is really nice from Wildcard. Susp getting in the mix here, and you're right though. I mean, Sonic overextended here, but he kind of had to because the Molotov that was tossed right behind him. So he's like, okay, I'll tuck in half wall. Maybe I can win the fight when someone peeks, but you know, that advantage you have for Peeker's advantage that you have is still in effect, and I think Wolfie used it really, really well to get that second frag. Then they charge into site, they get the plant, but again, can't hold on to it. Infinite was right in the open. I'm not sure I'm necessarily fond of that position. I guess he was trying to play an off angle and catch Wildcard off guard, but it just doesn't work, and JBA is so good in those situations.
Yes, I mean, just good in the clutch. Having an opportunity to, you know, do what his teammates just did for him as well, kind of losing a little bit of the grip on that B-bomb site. Well, now you get a chance to retake here and shutting down a couple of those rounds on the B-side retakes here. So we can get on his teammates' promise in the past and delivering it in return. This time, a lot of tools. Wolfie AWP included. Well, he's been getting away with so many opening plays. This time the HGs were so well placed, but the Molly is just as good. Wolfie is ticking. And down to 27 HP. Without really a chance to fire away at this AWP.
Party astronauts do gain banana control, so they're going to try and use that and press their advantage here. Smoke gets thrown in, so they only have one player to on the site unless Sonic pushes in, and I think this is a fake. It looks like they want to try and make some noise and then potentially fake that they're backing off and double fake it. I don't know. We'll see.
At least it's gotten the op off of this deep position, which JBA...
Infinite, yeah.
Yeah, you just got a free pick on that. You see those still pressing the issue. Oh, they pressed it a little too far forward. Still kills coming elsewhere. Last player boxed in. Sus winning these fights, these difficult ones as well. Swings one more time. Almost knocks down the final pin of Fang right behind Wolfie. It's going to be a very fast retake here. We'll see if Stan can keep up a good individual performance. Flanking up Banana. And Wolfie and Fang both very low in HP, but we have to get past the headshot angle and AWP as well. They're not peeking. They're not peeking at all here. They're slow, but finally Fang gets some vision, gets an opportunity.
I mean, that's just great discipline coming through from the party astronauts. Stan was at a disadvantage coming in there, and they just wait and hid until he walked into the angle, and there it is. So, I mean, again, it felt like Wildcard had an edge that was finally stolen away by the party astronauts, by their play towards that B site, which has continually been a vulnerability for Wildcard. They've just managed to overcome it with some solid retakes. That time, it doesn't come through, though. Despite all of that, let's not forget, looking purely at the stats, Wildcard haven't won an Inferno in the last 3 months. And now, Stanislaw is going to get naded by Fang. He just got caught out there in a bad spot. Look at that nade! That is a beautiful placement because Fang and 60 are both below half health thanks to Susp. And he's going to get another one in his hands. Does he get a frag off it? No, but 60's even lower now at 21. And what I was trying to say was, well, maybe if I have time to say it, Wildcard, if they win here, it'll be quite a statement for their new additions of Susp and Fozy, showing that Inferno may no longer be a vulnerability for them.
I'm gonna echo that. That's absolutely but that's miserable timing. Gets caught with utility out in Sonic. Only so much this man can do. MP9 in hand. He got a lot around that corner, but he makes the best of it. 3 kills is way more than what he ever thought he could get. And 2 players on the flank. JBA with an MP9 and Fozy with the AWP. Without kits, though, on this CT side, rather, it's going to be very difficult. And the reclaiming of confidence control from party astronauts is very wise. Wolfie's got a deep sight lane on CT spawn. Their challenge is to get past the duo. And stepping up with an instant kill is Infinite. That should seal it here. As JBA, he's committed to the retake. He's going to give it a go. Again, time running low. He's looking for these kills. Both players boxed in right now, though. And he's going to have to fade out. Turns around for a quick headshot. That's again a great display of what he can bring to the table.
Oh no, he was
just about out. Yeah.
Yeah, the Inferno bomb is also quite brutal, but he had enough health to absorb it. Still, JBA always interesting to watch, despite the situation. He's gonna pull one back, and he gets that frag. Finally is dropped in the end, and Party Astronauts get themselves 2 in a row, which is great news for the Party Astronauts, who have struggled to find consecutive round victories on either map. Wildcard calling a timeout now. Money is not great at all. So we're probably looking at what will be just maybe some utility bought up by Sonic. Perhaps he drops a P250 or 2 for his teammates. But I think that the plan more than likely is just to go with these 2 pieces of util, try for, an all-out push to one of the sites and keep the money so that Sonic could potentially afford the AWP for Fozy. Sorry, the AWP for... Yeah, Fozy. What am I saying? I got lost for a second there, Cole.
It's all good. What are you thinking? Back in the olden days?
Yeah,
Slight.
I got lost because I was like, wait, was Slight? Is he supposed to be here? No,
Yeah.
it's definitely Fozy.
Yeah, smart idea right there. I mean, it's just got to be a bit of a relief here for Party Astronauts that they finally get away from going up against gun rounds. They've always been threatening. It feels like Party Astronauts, been a rare occasion that they've actually had a man advantage. Like that, beautiful lineup of Fang, that extra utility as well. Just knocks down this eco instantly. Doesn't even have to worry about the flash. Doesn't get the ace though. That'll be given the 5th kill rather to Bentley to mop up the sweet eco.
And I mean, look, Fang, pretty quiet so far. That's great for him. I know it's just eco frags, but sometimes those help spark you and, get you going. And Fang is a very streaky player. So, I mean, if he can start to find his rhythm here and get pumped up, and you see him already trying to get his team going a little bit, then this could be an entirely different story heading into the second half of action. But we still have 2 rounds left here to play in the first half. And Wildcard, they've got the guns back, the 3 A1Ss, the AWP, and the FAMAS for Stanislaw. Wolfie going to toss that Molotov on forward, and Wolfie actually gets the opener onto Susp, so good to see him activating with the AWP. They don't decide to push the issue any further towards the B site for now. All 5 players are readjusting into mid and alt mid, with Infinite realizing that no one's really watching here in the apartments. Rosie's watching. He's got that sliver. It's such a hard shot to hit, especially with the ping being high, and he does it. Infinite rocks and rolls onto the site with 2 frags. And now it's down to Sonic and Stan.
Just to bail out. The astronauts closing that distance. And well, Fang's not letting them even hold on to the weaponry. Stan next step back there gets clotheslined. So a little resurgence of momentum for Party Astronauts towards the tail end of the half, which is exactly what the Doctor ordered. As you said, this is a team that really... I mean, both sides of the half here, I don't think there's a particularly a strong side for Wildcard.
No.
On this map, unfortunately. So the fact that they are able to field some of the success. I will say that what could be stronger is Sus seemingly understanding and having such a good grasp on how he has to play about this B side. It could be promising in the future. But the MP9's a charge down here. Been late to cover his teammate though, so well handled. The op gets a chance to strike, and it looks like we might be knotted up here.
Yeah, no, that was a great play from Ben Lee. Can't overstate it enough. I mean, the fact that he's supporting Wolfie and making sure that he doesn't get wiped away from that push. And look at that, Wolfie gets 2 frags, and Fang the last on the JBA, and indeed, we are all tied up 6-6. Heading into this second half, leading the charge for the Party Astronauts is Fang. And like I said before, that's fantastic news. What's even more interesting is to see like the spread, the frag spread for both teams is so tight. I mean, everyone contributing. You love to see these types of matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Such an even affair here. It's pretty impressive how consistent that has been for Wildcard throughout both maps so far.
Yeah.
Don't see that every day, but it's definitely nice. I mean, it just takes the weight off of some of these players' shoulders, and especially when, weight needs to be put on stars. JBA's been able to answer that call, and 60 looking to answer to this early mid-aggression. Knocks down a couple. There's a lot more around that corner, though, than Wildcard anticipated. Are they going to be able to get past it? It looks like the answer might be yes.
Oh, no, Wolfie.
First, are they closing the distance? It's going to be JBA who can't get the reload off in time. And Wolfie somehow dances his way right in front of death, but gets out with 4.
Just keep moving in Counter-Strike 2. As you see, Wolfie doesn't ever keep his feet still, and eventually finishes the job. That was messy, but it worked out. He gets the 4K on the pistol round. And the Party Astronauts, they've got a lead. I think for the first time in the series. 7-6 in their favor. Wildcard not going to force up because they didn't get that bomb plant. So they're sending all 5 players out and towards alt mid. Fozy does readjust himself, goes to underpass. But I mean, look at the space PA's already gained. Like, they know that no one's going to be at banana. At least once this smoke fades, they'll probably realize that completely. And Fang could get a nice little flank too. This is going to be tough. I mean, yes, it's just Glocks, but you're hoping if you're wildcard, you can just get a bomb plant.
Bomb plant maybe a killer too. A mix. Well, there's one. Takes a lot of damage, so flank formulates as well. And A1S picked up for a split second. 6C will retrieve it as well, so nicely done. Good cash farm, only losing an MP9 in a round like that. A lot of MP9 kills in return.
Yeah, and that's great target acquisition from both Fang and 60. 60 in particular, right? Just flicking back and forth to each target. And Fang was, like I mentioned, pushing down banana, had so much of an opportunity to do damage against Wildcard who weren't even looking in that direction. So, 2-round lead now for the Party Astronauts, but here come the rifles for Wildcard. AKs, across the board. Wolfie getting smoked out towards mid, and the Party Astronauts, they're going to keep being aggressive towards banana, similar to the way Wildcard were playing on their CT side.
A big win condition. Both teams have a good understanding of that. It always comes down to who's going to win out those goals and keeping their distance as Wildcard. And B9's not going to close out, but that A1S sure will. Long-range duels from 60 will do the trick. He lines up 2. And it instantly nullifies the early pain of that death quickly from Fang.
Wildcard trying to readjust themselves here. They leave Sonic behind towards A, so he's lurking, perhaps listening for audio cues. No one on B right now. 60's going to try and change that, and he has been the hot hand so far here on CT side. Another multi-kill round. He's hoping to make it 3 here. And he throws the smoke down, which buys even more time off a clock that doesn't have much time left on it. 30 seconds now. Good news for Wildcard is that only 60 is here, and do they have the smoke? Yeah, they have a couple of smokes. They can throw one for Coffins and one for CT. There it is. 60 just going to go right ahead of it, spamming through the smoke. This looks like it'll yield a bomb plant. 60 with 12 seconds left. I think he'd want to push it, but he decides that caution is the best choice here in this situation. So who's he going to plant the bomb? There's the smoke pop, leads to a frag immediately in the post plant. I don't see Wildcard getting this unless they go off something crazy. Fozy does get the opener here for his squad in the post plant, but Infinite's lurking. There it is. JBA, last one standing, makes it a 1v2. JBA spots out the player. He's moving well. JBA makes it a 1v1 and flicks around, almost clutching it, but just couldn't connect the shots onto Infinite quickly enough. And even though it's a 10-second defusal, it doesn't matter. Plenty of time. PA 9, Wildcard 6.
That's just such a close round right there. JBA in that clutch, when he starts getting on the go, you start to believe, but one flick too many right there. One flick too far. 60 though. I mean, the difference maker in this round makes it possible. 3 kills when he was down a man at one point to put it into this really bleak spot here for Wildcard, and I feel like that's the faith you can place in him. You've got a powerful B-side setup between Fang and 60 in that round, and they really show up. Back into A side now. 60 dancing in between these smokes. What a nasty angle here. JBA aware of it somewhat, but still gets punished. And 60, is he gonna get out? He does somehow. Evades all of the spam with a quarter of its HP, but still kicking around.
Well, this is quickly swinging in favor of the Party Astronauts. Goodness me. They haven't lost a round for quite some time. We're all the way back to that first half. Fozy heading towards top mid. Wildcard just so hesitant on their takes. Now they move in. There's the smoke thrown for Library. 2 party astronauts waiting at lane. And this is going to be a tough ask for Wildcard. They're going to need some more of that individual firepower display we saw in Ancient. Oh, what a nade! 3 players hit by it. Does it even matter, though? Fozy finds Wolfie. Infinite with Bang here on the site. Infinite, no! And a third. Sonic last one standing, and he managed to get 2 back. 1v2. Bomb plant probably going to come through. I mean, Bentley's hightailing it over. Oh, Sonic could have stuck that, but now he's in trouble. He wants to fake it again. He really wants his frag to make it a 1v1 post-plant, but eventually, there it is. Was he just trying to fake that he had an op that picked up? Now he gets the AK. I mean, he's got so many guns at his feet. Hits the headshot into Ben, but 60. Oh, man. Good wall bang onto Sonic. Spots his shoulder and will end the round. 60 the star right now for the party astronauts.
He's shining bright all right there. Just clips Sonic's wings right at the end of that clutch. If you got around that corner, it becomes a whole lot more dicey. But 60 starts. 60 will be able to finish, but Infinite, man, I mean, just such a scary position, but what he started with that HE shut down the round and helped him get the spray down to so much damage. I mean, that value of the HE was crazy because, you know, an extra split second, if he has to shoot a couple more bullets into the backsides there, it could be trades available instead, and that's what Party Astronauts could have watched that round break down. On plants consistently now for Wildcard. They're just not finding their way through these postmans. They can't win one of these 1v1s.
I mean, they need rounds now. Yes, bomb plants are great, one after the other, but if you're not able to get the round victories, then it's pretty meaningless. Susp, peering around, Wolfie nails him right to the dirt. 5v4 in favor of the Party Astronauts. Again, they're consistently getting these early man advantages on their CT side, so Wildcard will always having to fight from behind. Infinite, 60, rocking, rolling, dropping bodies, singing a happy song, because everything is roses for them right now. Ben Leet sprays down Stan. It's just Sonic, and I mean, Wildcard are looking a lot more disjointed, I would say, on this T side compared to Ancient.
Yeah, it definitely feels like some of the woes are still there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the CT side was much better than we've seen in the past, right?
Yes.
But this T side is unfortunately more of the same.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, unfortunately, on the both sides of the half here for Wildcard. Sonic's going to get forced off, not allowed to save his weaponry. It's time no bomb plant, flawless round. You're going to pick up AKs continuously. Party Astronauts look good to take it the distance here. Not ready to call it a day just yet. And that statement from Wildcard, while it was an exciting prospect, I think, you know, the kind of dream of them hopping into this map and saying, hey, we got 2 new pieces, we can make it work, might not come true here, but yeah. Party Astronauts still a job to do in terms of closing out 12, securing at least map point.
Yeah, it's slowly fading away, and looking at the money here, it's not great. I think they're discussing what they want to do with it, and I mean, with the full loss bonus, they can invest down to around 1k and still feel confident in a buy-up in the following round. So that's something. But, man, oh man. Party Astronauts currently on a 10-1 run. It was 5-1 for Wildcard. But, PA have stormed back with a vengeance.
No kidding. We got a half buy here off the back of what was a slow start. Get onto that CT side and feel so much more comfort here. Sonic setting up some early utility, which makes me feel this could be a quicker one. Already a smoke line did, but a barrage of utility. Is that 4 HEs or 3 down middle? Surprisingly, not a lot of damage actually taken. We'll see if a bit of a pace change, a quicker approach, and this time a B-side target is the trick here for Wildcards.
Party Astronauts, they want to make it 11 rounds in a row. Here comes the smoking for CT. Wildcard got the MAC-10 that can lead the charge here. Susp waiting for his name to be called so he can charge up here and take a fight, but they just got to wait for that smoke to fade. Only one smoke left. It's in Sixie's hands. Fang is the only one on the B site, though, and Fang... Sorry, with Ben Lee, excuse me. Fang is going to get the headshot on the stand. A follow-up and a third. What? How? How does he get that in that situation? I think it's just a flashbang from Wolfie that helped him out. Either way, Sonic is still standing. It's a 1v3, now made a 1v2. 30 seconds left on the clock. What a wild round. Sonic's got the lineup, but no, he looks away at the wrong time. Infinite is going to win the round for his squad, even though it looked like finally Wildcard might be able to strike through and find it. It is an 11th round found. What is this? This is wild. I mean, Wolfie throws the flash. Yes, I mean, it blinds the opposing team, but it also blinded Fang. He just had the lineup and sprayed them down.
Yeah, just able to knock it all in right there. That's got to feel so good. Fang, I mean, as you said, a player that looks to boost the energy here. Feels like he always has a good head on his shoulders in some of these games. And had a bit of a slower start, but was able to pick up in the series. And, well, look at that.
Oh, wow.
Finally reaching towards 31.5 kills. And, again, getting to the point where made it to what PrizePicks expected.
Yeah, I was looking at all those frag estimations for 2 maps of play, and because of how even the distribution was on both sides, I'm like, okay, I don't know if anyone is really going to be able to get to that point, but Fang has had a great performance for PA. It all started with 4K on the anti-eco, and since that point, it was enough. Like I said, sometimes it's all you need, and you can power on forward. Fang, looking for more? Now, okay, eventually will be felled here by Susp's AK. 4v3 in favor of Wildcard. Nade comes out. Not over yet. Wildcard don't have the bomb. That is the biggest problem right now. And, I mean, if someone's peeking towards mid, for example, Sixie, he could catch his player trying to get it, and, oh no, indeed. Infinite, in the meantime, spots out the lurk Sonic. Now they're trying to get the bomb back towards this B site, but the party Ashland's probably realizing that something's wrong and that the bomb isn't yet at the site. So they can readjust, and their post plant's going to be way better, if it even is a post plant.
This becomes a lot more complicated here. They're mullying out these post-plant positions before the bomb is even down. They catch the vision as well. Bentley breaks the smoke open. They're able to knock down these kills. The bomb finally being planted, but both players known here. They're swinging for the fences, and it's like, again, another just collapse rolling through. Wild card, that last little mistake, as you said, the bomb being in spawn is what cost them dearly. PA gonna manage to win a 3v4. With the retake looking way easier.
Unbelievable stuff from the party astronauts. 12 rounds in a row to close it out. It was 6-1, in fact, in favor of Wildcard at one point, and that lead's gone. It's evaporated. It's already map number 3, which I mean, honestly, we didn't necessarily expect, Cole, the way Wildcard came out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that they were going to be able to keep up that performance there. Obviously, again, it's going to be tough to operate with some of those details, like we mentioned. The ping, it didn't seem like it was, again, too much of a factor in terms of missed shots. I would say it was more so Wildcard's T side there. It's still a little bit of a problem, and those problems still yet to be solved. I mean, you can take a look at some silver linings here and just note that they still look very cohesive. They had some real strengths, even though it was evened up 6-6 eventually. But as for what was actually brought there, I feel like, you know, the pain train continues here for Wildcard on that map.
Yeah, no question. And hopefully we can get the total stats so far here for these 2 maps that we've played so we can see who hit their estimations there for PrizePicks. And of course, we already know that Fang got it because he's got those 32. And Sixie actually hit it right at the end.
Hit the buzzer beater right there, man. Able to close it out. And yeah, I know the 2 players I think that both you and I really highlighted at the pregame here on this team as very distinct win conditions for Party Astronauts stepping up in map 2. I feel like in that second half as well, taking a lot of control over the map here, taking a lot of space, and you know, on that defense, we're systematic in shutting things down.
And checking out the other side, Wildcard, you see Sonic and JBA falling just short of their estimations. And whoop, why is Breeze here? Just sorry, I'm just noticing that shouldn't be there. Anyway, well, we'll sort that all out. But either way, guys, I think that wild card played very well in that first half. A much better CT side than we've seen in the past from Mount Inferno. Unfortunately, the struggles continue for them on their T side. Maybe once the two Swedish players are back in North America, I shouldn't say back in North America, are finally in North America, then things will change for them on this map and we'll be able to see a better T side. But right now, it's still a struggle for wildcard there. Let's wrap up this map, though. We've got Anubis coming up in just a little bit, guys, and I think that one is going to be a very wild affair. We'll be back after this break with map 3. are back here with the Prize Picks NA Revival Series #1, and we're on our final map of the day, one way or another, between the Party Astronauts and Wildcard. Bring up the veto again so you guys can see how we got here. But of course, the last map is going to be on Anubis, and both these teams have, oh, sorry, Nuke. Both these teams have played quite well on it in the past.
Yeah, I mean, if you're wild card here, at least you're gonna have the comfort of knowing it's no longer Inferno. We're off that map. We maybe showed a little bit of our CT side, but there's still gonna be some questions to be asked here. I mean, obviously, it felt like for me on Ancient there was very clear answers that ping wasn't gonna be an issue. I don't think there was some massive flare-ups on Inferno. Maybe they missed a couple T-side entries because of it. Nuke, you're going to need to have your op presence being shown force here. On the CT side especially, you're going to need to see that take over and have control over the map. And obviously, again, that's going to be an interesting side for Wildcard to see on a pretty difficult map here, especially trying to back what Stanislaw likes to call in his style, if they're going to be able to kind of follow in his footsteps and see if they can operate it with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, looking at Wildcard 3-0 over the last 3 months here, you know, it's looking like overall they've been strong. 19-16 over Nouns. And also, let's not forget, 13-8 against the Party Astronauts when they played them previous to this. So I think that there's a chance here for Wildcard to strike back. I already said it at the beginning, Cole, that the win condition for Wildcard was taking map #1 and then going to 3 maps, and we're right here, right? And I think that given the shaky past of the Party Astronauts on this map, where things have swung wildly back and forth in all of the matches that I watched them, especially against the Falcons. And I think there was also an NRG one. Yeah, Falcons and NRG went to multiple overtimes. Yeah. So I have a feeling that it might end up being a similar story here today, at least in terms of it being a crazy match for PA. We're going to go into the knife round here. See who gets to start on which side. Obviously, I say that, I mean who gets to start on CT side, because that's where everyone wants to start on you.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. We'll see who can get to that. I mean, again, might be a bit of a condition. Yeah, they really. Who's gonna take the first swing there? 60 and Susp agreed to a little 1v1 on the side. That's quite nice there, but I think Wildcard might do it unless they can capitalize on the ping advantage. Oh, snap. The ping advantage could be capitalized here. Do you have better registration with low ping? Well, no, it doesn't matter. He just wins it out, and it'll be Wildcard on the CT side, as you so often or so rightly mentioned, rather.
Yeah, no, the double slash and the backstab comes through there, and Wildcard, despite it getting scarier than I thought it would, because Infinite managed to rack up that last frag there, or second to last frag, it just didn't come through. Just a knife round, though. In the end, it's only a moot point, because the T side is not as difficult to play, I would say, as it used to be on this map, and 60's screen is exceptionally bright. Like, that looks like he's got a constant flashbang on his face, yeah. So anyway, 1:48 on the clock here as we get going with map 3, the decider for Party Astronauts Wildcard.
If 60 gets flashbanged, I want to see what his screen looks like then.
You just can't see his face at all.
Just nothing but a white hue in the camera there. But Sauce, he's got a lot around that corner there, and 60 does hit the deck. He's only seeing red right there. Spin lead, taking charge on the quick trade, but in towards the A side is where they target, and I think this is the right idea. They really aren't meeting any resistance. It's hook, line, and sinker for Wildcard as they made the rotation in.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb gets planted and no kit available for Wildcard, which is a bit of a problem for them. See if they can fight their way back in. First casualty goes down. That's Sonic. Stan manages to get the trade. JBA finding Ben. Okay, now it's on. They're charging in. Infinite holding the right angle. They know he's there now, though, and it's Stanislaw potentially the edge. He's got the high ground, 2v1, and swinging around the corners, JBA. They will indeed find the retake on the pistol round. Wildcard win another pistol to make it 1-0.
I was really impressed with their ability to pull through some really challenging retakes. They did it on that Ancient CT side pistol as well. 4v4 retake, super similar right there. And to coordinate your efforts there, it shows both the availability of the mechanical talent that this team brings and the ability to coordinate that talent there. It's JBA doing some heavy lifting. Stand to cap it off, both with 2 apiece. It's a fantastic closer from that duo.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the map pool for Wildcard, they've got Ancient, Vertigo, and Anubis that are quite strong for them. Nuke is good, but they don't play it very often. If they can figure out their woes on Inferno and avoid that being a punish pick, then they become infinitely stronger. Sonic's going to get a couple here with the FAMAS. Fang manages to get the trade, but again, it is all Wildcard. And around that was actually a force buy for the Party Astronauts, and well, that force buy yields very, very little. Oh, goodness me, Wildcard making it look easy. I thought it was just going to be the eco with the way the frags are coming through, but yeah. Jeez, man. Alrighty. Well, heading into round number 3. Now it's an eco for the Party Astronauts. 2 Glocks make that 3. A P250 and a Tech 9 just trying to go for a quick play. I think a vent drop perhaps? It doesn't work. No, not at all.
Yeah, just knocked Radon down. Unfortunately, their bodies cannot get past the squeaky door. So no sneaking a bomb plant or anything of that nature and towards the lower side. It is a very fast start to this map of Nuke here. It feels a little bit of whiplash here between Party Astronauts and how they like to play their T sides very early, and then Wildcard hop over to their T sides, and you get that slow, drawn out style. Stanislaw, kind of unique in that nature in terms of like North American Counter-Strike, I feel like. Bringing a different style than a lot of teams are used to. Party Astronauts, they thrive in the chaos here, just not thriving just yet. We got a scout in Fozy, that mobility here, as you said, swinging into the angle there, or letting them swing into you. Either way, it does the trick, and he knocks the head clean off Fang.
Man, nice shot from Fozy. He's looking around for more. In the meantime, Benleet's just waiting for the smoke to fade away so he can start his trek towards B ramp. Perhaps just hoping that someone else is on the other end of it. Fozy backing off, doesn't like the way things are shaping out with all that utility being thrown towards outside. Where are the Party Astronauts going to end up? 3 players grouped up towards B ramp, so it feels like the hit will come here. Do they realize that Susp is boosted up onto the boxes here? I feel like they're going to overlook it. Oh, no, Ben's watching. Okay. Credit to Ben. Looking up right into the eyes of Susp and getting the headshot, and this time another frag did come through, and it's going back and forth here. We're settling at a 2v2. Advantage firepower-wise for the moment lies in Party Astronauts' hands, but that's immediately changed because Stanislav's managed to recover an AK. JBA and Stan have a decent amount of ground to cover, but JBA's already hightailing it over to that B site.
Duo that kicked it all off in the pistol round, but I don't think they've got much of a chance here past the smoke. This is a great idea. The little flashbang action straight through it. That utility out's not going to help. Stan trying to maybe follow up off that util there. Not expecting him right around that corner. And it's free mopping for Wolfie as they move their way through. And that's Fozy starting it off with a fantastic opening duel. Even landing a scout tag to follow it up, but a little too much space granted there afterwards, and Susp left in a tough spot there on the boost, which I thought would have been more useful for like an MP9, but then I watched the AUG, and I was like, that's an interesting spot. But yeah, credit to Bentley for clearing that.
Yeah, I'm surprised he was hard clearing that so aggressively, right? And it was all the way back. That is, Susp was all the way back towards the wall with his back against the wall, so you really have to hard clear it all the way and make sure that you get full visibility. And great work from Ben, honestly, because if he doesn't do that, the round goes Wildcard's way. No question in my mind. Stanislaw, now waiting here, trying to recover and isolate that round victory for the Party Astronauts. Incendiary burning away in Hut. It's really going a little faster here, but now the util's delaying them. Eventually they're going to charge through. There it is. Great flashbang from Ben, and he sets up Fang for an opening frag. Oh no, the Colat from Fozy at ramp. Oh, goodness me, 60 and Infinite are not happy about that one. 3v2, and now at 3v none, JBA lines him up and knocks him down to 4-1 for Wildcard.
Oh, the collateral right there. Walking right into the double up. JBA gets away with a very similar prospect. So last 2 on low HP. Beautiful wildcard round, despite what was a great setup. Party Astronauts having a game plan that got them an opening duel. And then I like the idea to transfer over towards that ramp side. I mean, you would imagine that wildcard would budge, but they did. They didn't budge. Everyone just planted their feet off the back of that opening duel that was found from PA. A reality check here as wildcard regain control of the economy and take it away from their opposition. Fozzy still, despite the smokes landing just in time.
Smoke pop again? Oh, maybe.
Nice idea.
Yeah.
Gotta have more of an arm though. It's a long throw right there. Sonic. The Goomba stomp right there. The flying A4. Sus will capitalize on the side right there, and they just don't even get a look in there. 2 damage done.
Yeah, I think the most unfortunate thing if you're a Party Astronauts fan, or if you're the Party Astronauts in general, is that they're constantly having to fight from behind at the beginning of every single map, right? They did overcome it very beautifully on Inferno, but this is a different story for Nuke because Wildcard actually like to play here when they've arrived on this map. So, 5-1 in their favor. Party Astronauts not able to do much of anything. If we go back a couple of rounds, I actually would have preferred they just looked inside because they had a great opening frag. They gained space. No one was really nearby, and they could have surprised Wildcard. Instead, they walked towards B, and it's unfortunate, right, that they got hit by 2-for-1 with the AWP, but I just feel like it would have been better to deviate themselves, or not deviate themselves towards round. Anyway, let's get back onto this round. Sonic dead. 60 swings around from that smoke and immediately finds his target.
They're trying to get tricky right there. They've already crossed one down towards Secret, so surprises could be an open surprise for Stanislaw. Adjustment is quick though. Wow.
Wow.
And did JBA just, he just took
Yeah, he
care of the
did.
lower player. Wow. And then Fozzy with his sidearm outer yard. It has collapsed. The man advantage fumbled here very fast. The position that I thought was going to be to their benefit instead has separated them. And the 4v5 sours into a 1v4.
Wow, Wolfie does manage to get one back, but 45 seconds left on the clock, and he's got a lot of ground to cover. Doesn't realize anyone's coming from T, and there you go. Sus will get that headshot, and the round is done. How on earth does that happen, though? Because the Party Astronauts, they get the opening frag, all this space is available to them, then this happens in lower, so that's just a weird play that happens in favor of JBA, and after that, Party Astronauts just can't collect themselves, and they just fall by the wayside. Stanislaw has to be happy again with another 6-1 start, smiling away, obviously, because this has been quite a good series for his team.
I'm super excited. Again, you mentioned it here. Once you get these guys on an AP, you get them on 30 instead of 100, what they can do. Feels like they've just slotted in so well. And as a new roster, you know, maybe if you talk a little bit less to the extent of like honeymoon periods, but if you're able to gel this quickly and do it with, you know, all of the adversity that they're facing right now, it's really promising for what could be to come in the future. This is already a team that's pushing the limits in like North American Counter-Strike, and you know, could be one of those teams that's going to be threatening, you know, the other up-and-coming rosters.
Sonic an opener, Sonic a follow-up, and actually no, it's JBA who gets the follow-up, but here we go. Party Astronauts, a couple of frags. Stanislaw needs to stand on his head here. Infinite probably gonna kill Sus, but oh no, Sus manages to escape, and then he Goomba stomps him in the air. Hits that shot with the Mag 10. Of course it's the Mag 10 getting the in-air shot. 60. Peering around, Stanislaw spots him, trying to get his 9th frag here, and Stanislaw just goes right down into the vent because that bomb is being planted at the B site here, Cole, and Stanislaw is going to swing around. He's not giving his teammate, or I should say the opposition, any time to really kind of set themselves up. And now they spam through the smoke back and forth. Fozzy lining up with the AWP. Stan wants to peek around the corner too. They need these frags in order to defuse the bomb, but Party Astronauts aren't affording them anything. Trying to tap the bomb to draw attention. It's a 1v1. Fozzy pulls out the sidearm and he's gonna get it, and the defusal as well. Another clutch for Wildcard. 7th round picked up, Cole.
What on earth is that round? They're just throwing the rule book out. Right there, Stan ignoring 60, saying you will not budge. Won't give him a duel, won't give him a head-to-head that he wants. Stan, or rather, 60 wants to cut off that rotation. And Fozy with the clutch, the sidearm to finish it. With the Tech 9, I mean, I just can't believe that they make that work, but that's just something that is going to continue to bolster the confidence here. Everyone on these retakes on the same page, everyone just creating that chaos here, that wildcard utilizing to their favor. And again, man, Party Astronauts, as you said, it's just going to be another map of them playing on the back foot without the luxury of wildcard having, you know, no success in the last 3 months. This is a map that they've been able to wield to their success, in fact.
Well, Party Astronauts, I mean, it's far from over. You still got 4 rounds left. Making it 7-5 would be great. Obviously, they need more than 1 round on their T side to be effective going over to CT. I'd say 3 at a minimum. Oh, Fozy again, man. That ping is hitting Infinite as he's already around the corner. 5v4 in favor of Wildcard. Sonic sees that smoke get blown away, but no one is behind it. Party Astronauts are taking a step back for a moment, and Ben Lee is going to find that opener in towards the B ramp, so that will clear a path for either going back towards the A site or heading to B, and it looks like Ben, at the very least, will gain some forward positioning for his squad as they are still waiting to see what their IGL decides to do.
Bang. Sneak down in towards lower bomb site. Fozy gonna inch his way back up. Right in the crosshair. Almost time to adjust right there, which is scary, but the reality slow dead to rights. Good timing from 60 to take the initiative out towards A. Not necessarily a guarantee though. Another trade and Sonic. The Vince makes noise, removing that element of surprise and letting Wolfie turn and burn for a second round for PA. Be able to get back on the board there once more. Tough fight though through that one. Midland with a beautiful shot and playing patient in a 4v4, which I think comes to a real asset to this Party Astronaut side.
Yeah, no, I mean, they could have easily just decided to full send it to the B side, which may have been a good decision as well, but you're right, you know, they wait for their opportunity. Fozy gets a little overzealous, I would say, going out towards outer yard, and the Fang is able to spray him down. Wolfie, another connection onto Fozy. Susp gonna throw the incendiary to try and slow the Party Astronauts down. He's successful at that. Stanislaw, in the meantime, connects on to 60. Infinite trying to recover here, spraying around the corner on the JBA, only gets one. Sonic the trade. Now Sonic getting ready with that smoke. Oh my goodness, a lucky headshot by Ben through the wall. It doesn't do that much damage to Sonic, and Ben is quite low, so he's at risk, and now his teammate falls right next to him.
To the fight right there, and Stan continues to dominate the server. 11 kills. Close behind Sonic here. This now being the firepower duo into the server now. Continue to offer up that resistance. Sonic setting up teammates for success. Stan, look at the shots he's connecting on right here. Looking like a star player in his own right. And feel like it, I'd imagine, as they're up 8-2. We saw that smile on his face earlier, and you definitely see why. He's having fun.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, when Stan is smiling and having fun, you're not going to be in a good way on the other side. I'll tell you that right now. As JBA going to throw that smoke. Not to mention when Stan is the frag leader or close to it with 11 frags on the board. He's only behind Sonic with 12. .125 on the clock here. Sorry, go ahead, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, Sonic playing very well alongside him. Playing that pressure, Sus. Dancing around the smoke. Again, kind of looking to get some gimmicks down towards this ramp side.
It's just the element of surprise that helps with that high ping.
Fozy made noise. I imagine Infinite heard that, right? They got utility out.
Oh, no!
Oh! But he can't connect onto the shots, and Infinite will punish both the Swedes right there with 2 quick kills in a B site that's in their grasp.
I thought he had a 2K there, honestly. That was so close. But yeah, the B site definitely in their grasp. Rounds still far from a certain thing for for the party astronauts because Infinite is quite low. And they haven't planted the bomb just yet. They're trying to stick it to dirt. I think that'll be successful. Oh, it is, but 60, it cost him his life. Wolfie waiting around the corner with the op. Nade sails through. He hits the shot, but his teammate's gone. Infinite was low. 2v2. Wolfie has an inkling that someone's around the corner, sees the shadow, misses the shot though! JBA wins the fight. Fang, the last one standing, 1v2, trying to sneak around and catch him off guard. He gets JBA, but now Stanislaw will be his potential final victim. Stanislaw is indeed going to fall to dirt. Fang clutching it out for his squad and ensuring a third round, and I would say salvaging their T side with that third round found.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be one of those rounds that can re-inspire some momentum. It's two incredibly difficult fights where Fang has no idea where his opposition lies in. He wins both of those duels. I mean, again, versus two players that are playing well. Stan hasn't been doing too much missing, but unable to connect on the last kill. So it's a sigh of relief, but also it's one of those rounds where Fang's able to get activated. Can't be worrying signs for wildcard. You don't want to let a hot hand continue to be pressed against you here.
Slow start here to the final round of this first half. Card trying to put the pressure on even further. Fozy gets the opener. Fang the immediate trade. That space gain towards the B side. It immediately attracts the attention of Wildcard. Stan tries to come around, but Wolfie has the crosshair locked on. Back and forth we go again, though, with JBA catching off. Now he's trying to push out, and he gets it onto Ben as well. How does he win that fight? I agree. Susp waiting on B, not expected by Fang at all, and the Wildcard side will take a 9th. Heading into the second half. That was convincing to everyone in the right spot.
I mean, JBA is just like a Beyblade right there, running through Trophy, spinning around and landing headshots on poor Benley, who just saw a side of a head and somehow is one Earth. He was able to turn so fast. I just don't know how that's a fight that favors him, but that's, again, the mechanical prowess of JBA shown on full display. You can make impossible fights doable right there, and it is a nice little cap off for Wildcard to punish one more time on the CT side. And that Fang round does become a lot more important.
All right, pistol round here. Ben taps, sees everyone, so he's got the information, but they're already down into secret. And towards that B side, I'm not sure if there are many bodies there. Yeah, you have Wolfie, who's hiding in Cubby. Wolfie, what can you do? Can you hit the headshots? You can, yes, and that's the bomb carrier. Ben Leet also finding the head of Sonic, and this is all party astronauts so far. Fozy and Stanislaw trying to hit some bodies and drop them, but they can't stand last one standing. This is all PA.
Absolutely. And doing whatever he can to bring a little bit of extra damage, but that's about what she wrote for a pistol here. Necessary one for party astronauts to get their heads back in the game quickly. Wildcard would really like to call these full Glock second round saves, so I kind of anticipate that once again, and that will allow for the distance to close here. And a CT side nuke comeback, it feels so much more manageable. So there's a little bit of hope off the back of that pistol that they can close the distance here.
Definitely.
But it's going to require another one of those, like, I feel like, just breakdowns on the T side that we maybe saw in Inferno. I don't know if that's going to replicate.
Yeah, I don't feel like Wildcard are as bad, just to not to sugarcoat it here, on their T side of Nuke as they are on Inferno.
Absolutely.
Wolfie waiting here towards Squeaky. Wildcard have 3 players stacked up. Only the Glocks. They're hoping a bomb plant can come through here. Wouldn't be a bad idea to try and charge through Squeaky, excuse me, and then get to the vents. Wolfie, here's the drops. Comes around, doesn't realize someone's behind him, but it doesn't matter. Fang is over in Big Garage. Ben lead, Wolfie, everyone farming the frags. Stan, the last one standing, and the bomb. It's a shame. I guess it doesn't matter because he was spotted out by Ben anyway, and that will be a 5th round easily for PA.
Pretty creative Glock eco when Wolfie's attention is turned 9 different directions in one round. Luckily, he's able to stay alive, but doing a good job at least of coming up with some sort of creativity in that sort of situation. Trying to apply a little bit of pressure. But into this gun round here, this is going to be the real deal, real test. Right here for the side of Wildcard. Can they put it up against Firepower? Can the AKs that they have in hand, can they make it work? Already look at this lobby crunch rolling through here. 60 traded out so quick because JBA is sharp right now. Wants more, but eventually finished off, and well, it swings back into the CT side's favor somehow.
Oh man, I told you, Party Astronaut Nuke games, they're pretty crazy. This one is too, it seems, or it's shaping up to be. 3v2 in favor of PA. Susp and Stanislaw not in the same area code right now. Stanislaw waiting for the smoke to fade because he doesn't know what lies beyond it. Susp has the A site. I mean, Stan just has to get away from this smoke. I think he expects someone to be up close, but once he realizes no one's there, it's a free bomb plant. Still going to be very meticulous about clearing these angles. Surprised the Party Astronauts have not tried to re-clear A. They feel, it seems like they're convinced no one's there. Infinite's on the outside, so he'll be able to swing in towards Mini once this bomb is planted. If this bomb is planted, maybe not now, because Infinite has managed to make it in towards Heaven. It's being hard held by Stanislaw, and he will manage to find that frag. It actually makes it even better here. Even numbers 2v2. Smoke's going to get tossed. 30 seconds left. They really don't want to plant this. There we go. Finally committing to it, but that could be too late. Let's see if they peek around here and deny it. They don't. Fang gives away his position over in Heaven. Perhaps trying to leave Wolfie as the snake in the grass coming from Mini. He smokes himself off to gain a little more positioning. Doesn't see anyone on the site thanks to that smoke. Stanislaw standing in front of the silos. This is actually a really good setup for Wildcard. There it is, Stan. Headshot onto Wolfie. Fang, the last one standing, and he's spotted by Susp, who makes no mistake of it. The rifles do indeed deliver another round victory for Wildcard.
Again, when Sen has the availability to just focus on that crosshair, he has been quick, he's been sharp, and it seemed like there was going to be a swing in towards his location with conviction, but look at that, Wolfie just gets knocked out, and contact pushed and pulled there. Wildcard really bailed him out of what could have been a scary situation. Managed to evade that. They've got themselves double digits here, 10 on the board. And one round off of really devastating PA here, it feels like.
Now, if PA lose this round, we could be already done. All right, and Stanislaw has hit the estimated frag count of 12 from PrizePicks. He's beyond it now, of course. Wolfie, a frag coming through onto Susp. I mean, he's had quite a map for himself, Stan, honestly, both in terms of IGLing and the frag category.
Yeah, delivering in both aspects so far, and he's going to keep it going. Another one. Stan is tearing him up in the outer yard. Keep feeding the beast. But no. 60 eventually going to put him to rest. It buys enough distraction. Sonic has free shots on the side. And knows another's out towards this ankle. Stan called 2 players chasing him down. Infinite can't sneak his way up the fence. It's just disaster striking for Party Astronauts. And as you mentioned, it could just mean what is the end of the series? It's not going to be there yet, but they're in a disaster state economically speaking, and Stan is the one that put them there with shots like these.
Unbelievable stuff. Great performance from Stan. Sonic as well, right? I mean, he's just hitting 16. And I believe, yeah, there you go. He's surpassed the estimated frags from PrizePicks as well. Okay. Wildcard performing as expected so far, at least 2 of the 5 players. I would say all of them, honestly, because everyone's playing well, obviously.
Absolutely. I mean, and for us, really put a highlight on JBA. He's had a couple of key clutch moments, but there has been some surprising characters that have stepped up into this match, into this decider. I mean, definitely don't expect Stan in the fragging department to level up his game, but in this decider right now, he's doing just that. And this force buy, rough sign of things here, especially with the man deficit. You're going to need to really lean on some quicks. This is an interesting spot from Sonic. Got some info right there. That's really cheeky. Knows that lobby has been reclaimed. So what do you do about it if you're wild card? I mean, it looks like they want to tussle. They want to fight. They're actually diving back here instead. They've separated big time. 60. He could have one lined up here soon, but no, Susp too sharp. Instead of seeing that side turned, and they know there's advanced angles and lobby, so they're going to be diligent about how they take their fights.
Stanislaw. Oh, Fang managed to catch off Sonic. That's an upgrade available if he can get it, and he can!
Whoa.
Infinite also getting Stanislaw. We're down to a 2v2. It's possible for the Party Astronauts to win this round. It would be a huge one. Unfortunately, now it's down to Fang only, but he hits the headshot onto Susp. 1v1. Fozy moving towards that B site, going to plant the bomb. Fang has a full belt, almost full belt of util. Fozy walking in the angle, the shadow gives him away. Fang spamming away, but Fozy decides better of peeking out. And the nade, oh my goodness, the timing just off. He's gonna blow that door off its hinges. Flashbang comes out. Fozy knows the direction he's coming from, but Fozy loses the fight. Fang gonna win it. Hope remains for the Party Astronauts.
Oh my god, Fang. He's just ripping this round piece by piece. It felt impossible. It felt over. He had no health to tear through that round, but managed to catch some quick timing right there, and Susp getting knocked out as well. I just can't believe it. 4 kills in the round total. That one, I think the most impressive. JBA thought he had the jump on him, but Fang's aware of every possibility. Had that one mapped out. That's a lifeline.
Oh yeah, that's a huge round victory coming through from PA. And you look at the money on the wildcard side is actually not too great. Stanislaw's gonna have to settle for a pistol, which before I was saying it's okay if he's more limited, but now he's been playing so well. I almost want him to have a rifle if I'm wildcard. On the other side, the Party Astronauts breathing a little bit, potentially, of a sigh of relief, because now they have a chance to string together a few rounds, but it has to start here, honestly. If they give up a 12 to wildcard, I don't see them coming back.
Yeah, I mean, as I said in that first half there with one of those Fang clutches, he had a 1v2 earlier as well. And that one was just as unlikely. He is... once again, what feels like breathed new life into
Nope, not live.
this squad is, yeah, appears like we're not getting that round kicked off just yet. They need a quick reset, but yeah, I mean, again, Fang's clutches are breathing life into both halves here. It was a bit of a start. At least it felt like 3 gave them a little bit more cushion than what we anticipated, and then right there, obviously, that's 4 spies until you lose another round, and disaster state if Fang doesn't close out that round.
All right, well, after a brief issue, I believe, maybe a tech issue coming through, we will be live again in just a moment. Scoreline still 11-6. Going to restart that round. But yeah, Party Astronauts need something. Need a spark. Fang appears to be the one poised to provide it. Going to need more contributions from everyone else, though. I would say in particular 60, who's usually really good on Nuke. He's only got 8 frags here, and the CT side has not done him any favors either.
Still having some challenges here. Again, it feels like what he has been doing, becoming just a little bit more sacrificial here, and a player that can... I'm with you, again, he can take over games. You kind of expect that sort of high impact. Still struggling to lift off a lot. But if anything can get him inspired, I think it's one of those rounds from Fang, man. It's got to build some energy into this Party Astronauts roster and build some pressure on Wildcard, who I've just watched what was a pretty straightforward series point for them slip right from their grasp.
All right, looks like everything has been sorted out. And Wildcard, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. That should have been series point for them. They had the firepower advantage. Party Astronauts didn't necessarily have that much in terms of weaponry, and they still pulled it off. It was a fantastic clutch from Fang that was required, but, you know, that's exactly what you need in these types of situations when you're down by so many rounds. All right, let's see what happens here. Wildcard have proven that they are very good at bouncing back and isolating these ground victories on Nuke here against the Party Astronauts. There's that smoke thrown, a deep one between Mini and Big Garage. So you got that deep wall of smokes that's completed here. So they can sneak on through towards Secret if they want to. A slight gap. Fang actually slipping through into Mini. That might be bad news for Wildcard. Oh, it isn't. Sus actually getting the headshot onto Fang. And then a follow-up for himself. It's back and forth, but a man advantage after all the dust settles in favor of Wildcard towards the A site. Wolfie thinking about peeking here. They know that they haven't cleared out Heaven yet, but they're going to plant in front of the silos for Mini instead. So that gives Wolfie a lot less room to maneuver, and I think they're going to call for the save. They have to. Their money's not great. They're going to play for overtime. Or are they? Are they just going to double swing Mini? Really? Okay. Infinite going out with the A1S. Wolfie, AWP. Now he has to save, right? Yes. Keep the AWP in your hands, Wolfie. And he absolutely will, assuming he gets far enough away from the bomb site, which he should. 12-6 for Wildcard, though. They got that series point now.
After just a round delay, a little, apparently just a hiccup. That's all it was, as they bounce back stronger in the very next. Making sure that they take Fang out before he can activate. First player to fall in a round right there. Surprised by Susp.
All right, and we got another check mark coming through here. For
A couple of them.
Yeah, a couple of them actually. Is it? Well,
Fozy and Wolfie, I believe. No, Wolfie has not gotten more than 50, so maybe not.
No,
I see Fozy right now.
It's
Has.
Fozy. Yes, Fozy is the one who gets that check mark. Yeah, we figured it out, guys. But it's just a great job from him. Fantastic move. Infinite going to get the first one here. Not sure if we have game set.
Yeah.
Oh, it's me.
Got it. Okay. Nice, nice.
Yeah. Sometimes those tabs just mute themselves for some reason. I honestly don't know why.
Rogue tabs here. We do have a Rogue Infinite, but we started things off in necessary fashion. It's these lesser rounds here with scrappy tools that have gotten them to this point here. Managed to find a 4v5. It's just going to be an A-side execute here. There's very little resistance, though. A lot of it focused in towards outer yard, so this is the right target.
Ben. Oh, overloaded here, you have to imagine. No, he doesn't. He managed to get the frag. Maybe the follow-up. No, that's too tall of an ask. Susp the 2K. Still, it's even numbers, 3v3. Fang has to retreat into the vent, so the bomb will be planted here. Maybe. Wolfie, along with Infinite, are up in heaven, and Wolfie connects on the shot against Stanislaw, and Susp gets the trade onto Wolfie, 2v2. Fang trying to swing around and catch a player off guard, but Wildcard are looking to tuck themselves in towards this site, and now it's only Fang left. There it is! 13-6 in favor of Wildcard. They have eliminated the Party Astronauts.
And in incredible fashion here, looking very comfortable. I mean, obviously we can still talk a little bit about the Inferno problem, which definitely flared up in this series, but on the maps that we knew they were going to be more comfortable on, we saw all of the winning formulas, all the winning factors here of what makes Wildcard a good team. The good calling on the T side, the consistency and cohesion of the retakes there throughout the entire series, and well, for me, it feels like they've got a really exciting roster that is operating with some issues right now in terms of the ping, and they're still overcoming that versus, you know, again, some of the best rosters that operate in the ECL as well.
Yeah, no, it's great to see Wildcard starting to really find their form around these two new additions. At first I did honestly question them a little bit, but slowly but surely I'm seeing the logic behind it, and I'm really impressed with what Wildcard has been putting together. I think we'll be able to get stats for you guys. Yeah, right now actually. There we go. So you can see the estimated frag counts here for the Party Astronauts. Fang almost got to that point, right? He was very, very close. I think everyone except for Wolfie fell short. Wolfie just hitting that on the tail end.
Yeah, and yeah, it feels like for me when Fang was just short of that mark, what he made up for it was all of his kills felt just so impactful. It was all just monumental clutches, right? He just had so much work being done in trying to keep spirits high and keep momentum. Unfortunately, it felt like every time Fang won very impossible clutch, the success didn't linger. It's just quick bounce backs from Wildcard, who did not stay down for long. And throughout this entire series, I can say it once more, the kill distribution is just so tight here. 15 or 14 rather for JBA,
Yeah.
surprisingly, on the bottom. But everyone, within 4 kills of each other is shows this team effort is there.
Yeah, and not to mention that 4 of the 5 players hitting their prize picks estimated frag total and surpassing it, right? Sonic, Fozy, Susp, and Stanislaw. I thought JBA would be the one to do it, but he's actually short by a couple. So that's really wild. Well done from Wildcard overall. I think they played so well as a unit. Everything was cohesive in every single map except for one half of
Yes.
Inferno. Aside from that half, if you erase that, it was really quite a performance from Wildcard.
I'm right there with you. I think they kept that consistency on the CT side of Inferno, where they did have a lot of takes, where they did have some tough positions and were able to manufacture a lot of success. So again, more excitement for Wildcard, more excitement for a team that has been led by Stan for quite some time here. I'm really looking forward to, again, if they can get those 2 Swedes on over to North Americans, see what this team could do at 100%.
Yeah, and we're going to get to see more of them tomorrow, but that's all for today in terms of matches. Before we go, guys, we just got a few thank yous to say right here. So the best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select at least 2 stat projections and pick more or less to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. The NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. For a limited time, if you click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account, they will match your first deposit up to $100. That means if you deposit $100, you get an additional $100 to play with. Type !revival into chat to learn more. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. Also, the PrizePicks NA Revival Cup is partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. Support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts, they're gone very swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. All that said, guys, that is going to do it for our coverage here today. We'll be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern to kick off the semifinals of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series #1. For Exner, I am GRT. Have yourselves an amazing night.